Be sure to wave at the spotters park off the left there. They're doing a nice live stream right now.
All right, we'll give them a good wave.
Fly Bravo heading, cleared for takeoff.
Bravo heading, cleared for takeoff, watch your right.
Happy Sunday, everybody. Welcome to the Twin Cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul at MSP Airport for some awesome live plane spotting right in the middle of a Delta Fortress hub and the main operating base of Sun Country Airlines. There's a ton of great spotting that is calling us to one of the best locations in the country at the Metropolitan Airport Commission's aircraft viewing area for what should be a splendid way to start the week and the month of June on MSP Airport Live. Thank you for tuning in to our live coverage today. We've got landings in front of us. We'll have instant replay. We'll have all the fun accoutrements as we get our show underway on this Sunday afternoon. And walking you through this one, hello everybody, my name is Alex Redding. I'm also joined by RJ Bean as well, co-host of MSP Airport Live. RJ, great to have you on board for yet another terrific episode of Minnesota's home for live plane spotting.
Always a blast to be out here, no pun intended.
That it is. What are you looking forward to today, I guess, as we get our broadcast underway and our show started from MSP Airport? There's a lot of action that we get on Sundays here, but what particularly stands out to you with what we're going to see here today?
Oh, I guess just the usual suspects with our arrivals and departures, and we've got a huge crowd out here. We've got people having picnics out here just off to our left.
There are quite a lot of people that have decided to partake in the gorgeous weather here on this Sunday afternoon from the viewing area, and it's a little bit hot, 81 degrees Fahrenheit at the time of our broadcast, getting underway from Minneapolis-St. Paul International Airport. And, well, we kind of alluded to the fact that there was going to be some busy action today, and there's going to be some notable flights. There's a stop coming in today. We're going to take a look at our notable arrival and departure boards, and we'll start with our notable arrival board here, presented in part by our wonderful friends over at Jet Set Shirts. And to start the show, two items of interest. UPS will be sending us the Airbus A300-600 freighter from Louisville, and we also got the MD-11F from Louisville as well. The MD-11 on flight 568, expected around 5 p.m. Central Daylight Time. We've also got an A350-900 arriving from Seoul, South Korea. It's a daily flight. It's the longest route in and out of MSP Airport for the most common carrier observed at MSP, Delta.
KLM is pushed.
Thank you, RJ. We'll get to talk about the notable departures here in just a second. Shamrock 989 with the A321XLR should be doing it around the 5 o'clock hour as well, in addition to Delta 170 Heavy around 5:30 p.m. Same with Air France with a 787-9 Dreamliner 634 Tango Heavy. The call sign on our Air France Dreamliner tonight, coming in from Paris Charles de Gaulle. And then FedEx 798 Heavy from the Super Hub in Memphis, Tennessee, due in around 5:55 p.m. Central Time. There's going to be some A330 arrivals sprinkled in there too, so this is just kind of what we consider to be more notable out of the huge smorgasbord of spotting that we're going to have today with our arrival slate. And as we turn to look at our notable departures, the first on our list, KLM 250 Heavy, also known as KLM 656 sometimes, with the call sign outbound to Amsterdam Schiphol with the 787-9 Dreamliner. Double check that here. Did they do an equipment swap last second, or are my eyes deceiving me?
Yes, it's a 78-9.
Okay, that's good. So we got the 787-9 Dreamliner departing to AMS here pretty soon. Delta 160 Heavy later on in the 3 o'clock hour will also be sending us an A350 our way for departure, and we'll have Ocean 461 Heavy Discover is in town today with A330-300 off to Frankfurt, Germany. You can expect that departure around 4 o'clock p.m. Central Time. And as mentioned, we have a special livery today. We have the Honoring Those Who Serve Alaska 737-800. It's in charge of flight 353 off to SeaTac. That's Seattle-Tacoma International around 4:54 p.m., right around the 5 o'clock hour. We'll also catch the departure of our Air France Dreamliner tonight, headed back to Paris, and we will also, towards the end of our broadcast, catch Delta 198 Heavy to Rome and 1484 with the A350-900 off to Motown. It's off to Detroit, Michigan. It's a daily domestic flight to keep the 350s in rotation. And so that's a look at our notable arrivals and departures presented in part by Jetset Insurance. So that's what we're looking at here today with our notables.
South runway 12 right, joint with the Delta 2751. Christian Skywest 262, if you've got it, join taxi, turn left Alpha 7 and Alpha, ground point 9. Alpha 7, Alpha point 9. Just for the 260, minutes contact the Alpha Delta in Quebec. Alpha Delta Quebec. Just for the 262, 3023 Minneapolis Tower, traffic holding position, cross runway 17 at November, and then join Lima.
We're also going to get to some of your live chats here as well as we get our show underway.
KLM 250 Minneapolis, good afternoon, runway 12 right for departure, taxi Alpha, cross runway 4. Alpha, cross runway 4, and 1 right departure.
Sabrizi, thank you for tuning in. Happy Sunday to you. Coming into MSP on Tuesday from Manchester, UK. What's the best spot for aviation photography? Well, you're certainly asking the right person. In the afternoon and evening, it's right here at the viewing area. Now, also, Purple 6 and Orange 6 in the corner, both of those ramps are good public photography locations, as well as Red 8 or Blue 8 over at T1. Taft Park in Richfield, it's just west of here for flyover shots of arriving traffic on 12 right, is also a good location for photos, especially later in the day. So I think there's a spotter guide website too that has some of the locations picked out as well that spotters frequent around here at MSP Airport, but should have a really good option palette to pick from when it comes to spotting here at MSP. There's a lot of good locations.
There's the dog park too.
There is.
I cross one right on Mike, so Delta. 4178 Minneapolis Tower at Mike, cross runway 12 right, join Whiskey, traffic 7 mile final. Mike, cross 12 right, join Whiskey, traffic 4178. Bearing 2347 Minneapolis Tower, wind 2008, runway 12 right, clear to land. Clear to land, 12 right. So 2462 left, turn left, and then join Alpha, ground point 9.
Making some last second adjustments here with our camera system, and now we are ready
runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
To do some live plane spotting.
Thanks. Heading 215, contact departure. Heading 215, switch over departure, Mike 360. 2867 Minneapolis Tower, wind 1808, runway 17, line up and wait.
Now, if it looks a little bit hazy out here at the airfield today, there's a reason for that. RJ, you might know the reason as well.
Yeah, we unfortunately are getting some of the effects of the smoke that are... And it's making its way down from fires north of the border up in Canada. So it is affecting the air quality here, and it's making the sky a little bit more hazy. So, and it is extending even further south into the state than where we are at here in the Twin Cities, because I was about an hour south of here yesterday, and it was the same thing down there.
Your push is approved.
So... But it's funny, you know, we don't feel it, you know, as far as breathing it in, because normally, you know, you could smell it, but we're really not. It's more, I don't know, is it a visual thing?
That's a good question.
2287, right, heading 215, contact departure, see it. 6.7.
Of course, all the smoke in the air will certainly affect some of the sunlight that is cast across the landscape.
Oh, tower traffic 2.5 mile final, cross runway 12 right at Charlie, Whiskey, cross runway 4, no delay, please.
I no delay, yeah, Charlie, cross 12 right.
And here's KLM with our 787-9 Dreamliner getting out of here to Amsterdam Schiphol.
In parallel to them that may come into view is going to be an A220 with Delta headed to Chicago. They're a little bit behind them, but on taxiway Whiskey, closer to us here at the viewing area.
Minneapolis Tower, wind 1907, runway 17, line up wait. 2867, contact departure, see.
So the A220 is headed over to runway 17. And a big hello back to Brenda watching us from St. Cloud. Yep, it's hazy.
It's hazy, and later on tonight, things are about to get crazy.
$16.30 fly runway, heading runway 17, clear for takeoff. Minneapolis Tower, wind 180 at 7, runway 17, line of way.
And that's Spirit Flight 347 coming in from Atlanta.
And
321.
Tower 1907, runway 12 right, line of weight, small traffic up parallel. Okay, line up away to runway 12 right, KLM.
2 hour and 9 minute flight.
2751 heading 120, contact departure, see it. Alright, long up at 74, make that left turn there into the island there, just hold there for the flow.
We'll take another look at our Spirit arrival on runway 12 right.
It'll be about 30 minutes, so 01 to 03 time.
01 to 03 time.
Square wings 2347, join Whiskey, ground point 9.
All right, here's KLM off to Amsterdam Schiphol with the 787-9 Dreamliner.
KLM 250 heavy, fly, runway heading, runway 12 right, clear for takeoff.
Clear takeoff, runway 12 heading, 12 right, and maintain heading, KLM 25.
The Dutch accent.
1630, turn right, heading 215, contact departure. Fast 4170, fly, runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Well, not just the Dutch accent, how about the Dutch takeoff roll that this 787 is going to show us here in just a minute.
2347, Amsterdam, afternoon, taxi Alpha, Delta, in Quebec. Alpha, Delta, back clear. Tower 1807, runway 17, line up and wait.
267, Delta 1036.
Hey, 1531, Minneapolis Tower, Mike, cross runway 12 right and join Whiskey. 21 Minneapolis Tower at Mike, cross runway 12 right and join Whiskey.
Cross 12 right, join Whiskey, Delta 20.
1036 Minneapolis Tower at Charlie, cross runway 12 right, Whiskey, cross runway 4.
At Charlie, cross runway 12 right, Delta 1036.
Up 1036, and you're
And
joining
off
Whiskey,
to
cross
Amsterdam, and they were heavy.
Join Whiskey, cross runway 4, Delta 1036.
Skywest 4178, fighting 150, contact departure.
It's United 1531 with a 737 MAX at the point.
Left hitting a 140.
It's off to Chicago O'Hare, and it has a mismatched nose cone.
30.
It's also referred to as a clown nose. And trailing our Boeing 737 MAX, a Boeing 717-200 outbound to Charlotte Douglas International. This is Delta Flight 2821. And there's our United flight again.
Heavy heading 105, contact departure. 250 heavy heading 105, contact departure. Tower 1686, visual, 1 to right. Okay, 1686 Minneapolis Tower, wind 1708, runway 12 right, clear to land. 1 to right, clear to land. Okay, we're gonna wait for here.
There's our Delta flight to Charlotte, and oh boy, hey RJ. We've got a pencil coming this way, 757-300X Northwest Red Tail.
Yep, she's headed to Atlanta. 592 Northwest is the registration.
Kilo, runway 4.
Delta Sierra Keys across runway 4 for runway 1, flight 3046.
Bunch 3224, left turn Charlie 2 taxi in. Good one.
Left turn Charlie 2, taxi in, front through flight 3224, see ya.
Up 2114, thanks, runway 17, taxi Alpha to Charlie, hold short of runway 12, right.
31, we have to turn left there into the ice pad by that Delta there. You got a wheels up time of 21, 11 to 13, so it'll be a bit.
And left over by the Delta.
2612, contact departure. Go 2675, Minneapolis Tower, 3 mile final, cross runway 12 right at runway 22, and then right on with.
Alright, we'll cross 12 right, and turn right on Whiskey, Delta 2675.
I love the 757-300 RJ. It's my favorite narrow body currently in the skies flying with any carrier.
Of course, my favorite is anything that has a Northwest registration on the back.
Why not?
Yeah. And I don't know if we're going to be able to show it because of where they end up going for departure, but Gopher Pod is here in town today.
2821 Minneapolis Tower, wind 109er, gust 15, turn left turn heading 140, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Okay.
1038 Minneapolis Tower, traffic ahead as a departure clearance, wind 1609, gust 15, runway 17, line up north.
So I was just informed by one of our viewers that are out here close by that Gopher Pod has the transponder on and starting to show signs of pushing back.
Yeah, 1531, I'm showing 2111 to 2113 there, so it's about 30, 45 minutes.
Okay, it's okay to sit down here.
Yeah, that's fine with me. Just be ready to go about 7 minutes before that. So if you're ready to go about 21:05, that'd be good.
That'd be awesome.
Touchdown afternoon, push approved, plan runway 17. Push approval, plan Minneapolis Tower, Mike, cross runway 12 right and join Whiskey.
Right, cross 12 right, join Whiskey, Delta 1605.
Delta 2114, Minneapolis Tower at Charlie, cross runway 12 right, Whiskey, cross runway 4.
Oh, that's right, cross 12 right.
Sun Country 1686, turn right, join Whiskey, Delta, monitor ground point 9.
Whiskey, Delta, ground point 9, Sun Country 1686.
You got another Cadillac on the move. It's an Airbus A321. That's what I like to call the Delta A321s here. The A321 is such a comfortable and reliable plane. Makes up the backbone of Delta's domestic and even some of the international routes in its system. RJ. Heads up, north side arrival. Here's our honoring those who served. 737-800 for Alaska Airlines.
Okay, I was working on something else, so. Well, get a closer look at her as they taxi by us, headed over to T2.
2675, fly runway heading, runway 17, clear.
They're probably going to go off on the north side here maybe for their departure. Who knows? They might come by us
Frontier Flight 3046, Minneapolis.
on runway 7. Or on taxiway Whiskey headed to runway 17. English is hard today, apparently.
All right, Gopher Pod is pushed behind us. They're going to be headed to Seattle. So, but I have a feeling they're going to be headed to runway 35 or runway 17. Yeah, I'm getting all mixed up now too. You jinxed me. Oh well.
We'll get warmed up here as the stream continues to progress here on this Sunday. Here's Delta 2114 with a 737-900ER off to LAX.
Frontier Flight 3046, turn left heading 140, only 17, clear for takeoff.
Well, you know what I was going to show you guys.
Left turn 22 short of Charlie.
1605 Minneapolis Tower, 116.
There are a lot of people here today.
17, line up and wait.
Thanks, you can join runway 22.
Yep.
22 short at Charlie.
It's a typical Sunday here at the aircraft viewing area. There's a lot of folks enjoying the summer-like weather and the atmosphere out here with all the landings going on runway 12 right. All the action in front of us. Today's a great day to get outside. Even with the smoke.
Heading 215, contact departure state.
It doesn't stop us.
Good day, Delta 2675.
Circuit 425 Minneapolis ground, H1, push approved, 17.
Alright, push through 17. It's 425. Ground, 6593.
There's Key Lime Air with an Embraer ERJ 145LR from Ironwood, Michigan.
Charlie, short up to right for 17.
05, 160, runway 17, clear for takeoff. Flight 140, contact departure. Delta Daily. 2114 Minneapolis Star, 17, line up and wait.
Johnny, roger, use Charlie 1, Charlie Delta Kilo 3, hold short runway 17.
You can fly runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Secretary 1686, tagged in.
Acting, second 1686.
Runway 17, you'll be number 2 for departure. The RJ9 will go behind you. 285, up 2 and hold short of runway 17, you're number 2 for departure.
Then the taxi be Alpha Charlie, hold short of 12 right.
Now Alpha Charlie and we'll hold short.
Right, heading 230, contact departure.
Heading 230 and go departure, good day, Delta 76.
Hazel, welcome to our broadcast here on this Sunday. Thank you for tuning into MSP Airport Live. Hazel says, hello, new here watching from Yorkshire in the UK. So, welcome to MSP Airport Live. So we're expecting traffic to ramp up a little bit here as we draw closer to the 4 o'clock and the 5 o'clock hour. It gets busy here in the evening. And if you're just joining us, Alex Redding, RJ Bean, walking you through all the action here today. RJ, great to have you out at the airport to join us at MSP Airport Live. And I'll tell you what, we got treated to a belated but excellent KLM departure with our 7879 Dreamliner going to AMS, but there's still plenty of action here tonight. I'm looking forward to that MD-11 and our 2 A350 departures for Delta. One to AMS, one to Detroit. One to Detroit towards the end of our show tonight.
Anything that flies in and out of here. So, I was just pausing there for a short time. I'm actually chatting with somebody that I know from where I work during the winter, and she's joined in on the stream. So thanks for watching, Liz.
Yeah, thank you.
01, Minneapolis ground runway 17, taxi via Delta Sierra Kilo cross runway 4.
17 via Delta Sierra Kilo cross 4, Sun Country 1701.
Because, yeah, I have a bit of an addiction and love affair for this airport.
Same with me here, too. It's a lot of fun. You just get sucked into it, and it's hard to kind of end on just one.
Yeah, I always feel better when I can breathe in the smell of some jet fuel, a.k.a. the coffee cups that we have for purchase over at the Northwest Airlines History Center that literally say on them, I love the smell of jet fuel in the morning. It always makes whatever you're drinking out of that cup taste that much better.
1048 Sun right, 215, contact departure. Blue Street, good shot 93, runway 17, line up and wait.
Line of wait, runway 17.
2593, traffic's 2.5 out at Charlie, cross, runway 12 right, turn right on Whiskey, cross, runway 422.
Okay, Charlie, cleared cross, 12 right on Whiskey, we're cleared cross, runway 22 for Delta 25.
Let's take a look at our
34,
Sun Country 737 800 arriving.
To the gate monitor ground point, 9er.
This is flight 634 from Nashville, Tennessee, Music City, USA. Look at the arrival, RJ, there at our instant replay. A little bit of a crosswind component that's kind of coming in now. There's a nice fresh breeze at our back.
Yeah, it feels good with the warmer temps that we're experiencing today.
Runway 17, line up and wait.
Next up for arrival on runway 12 right, it's a Sun Country Prime Air flight from Fort Worth, Texas.
Country 425, runway heading wind 200 at 9er, runway 17, clear for takeoff. Sun Country 285, turn right, heading 215, contact departure.
Delta, pick up 32 Minneapolis ground, push approved from 117.
5593, contact departure.
We'll see you later, 5593.
Sun Country 3021, turn right at Whiskey 3
All right,
and contact ground point, 9er.
Take a look at our instant replay for our Prime Air arrival.
Southwest 9006, visual 12 right.
Southwest 9006, Minneapolis Tower, wind 200 at 8, runway 12 right, cleared to land.
Clear land, 12 right, Southwest 9006.
How about that, RJ? Nicely done.
Always.
71,
It's my dad's runway, so it's always going to be great.
1471, after
He's
company,
watching.
321 passes off.
So
your
talk
right,
about
begin
that. I
going
mean, you've
with
mentioned your dad's
behind
runway
them to
several
runway
times in our
17.
show. For those of our wonderful audience who might not know what that is, kind of fill them in here. Like, what do you mean by that? And because your dad had a pretty significant role in the aviation industry, especially for Northwest Airlines back in the day. I mean, you really have an aviation family that, you know, the memories and the experiences with aviation, they run really, really deep.
Oh yeah, deeply embedded Red Tails, forever Red Tails for life instilled into me because both my parents were involved with Northwest. My dad was a pilot, 747 captain, 31 years. He had an older brother who helped get him into flying, as well as hired by Northwest. And of course, having lived here at that point in time, we were based here. He also worked in the training department, so when he wasn't out flying the line, as we would say, he was working in the training department, and of course then when he was out flying the line, he was the takeoff and landings from this airport and these runways. He had probably, as another thing I probably have never said, that I had come up with. Probably never had any more takeoff and landings from any other airport than here, wherever else he flew internationally. So, you know, they're probably pretty buried out there, but there's probably some skid marks out there that were left on these runways from my dad way back when. So,
well, they probably already cleaned it up on the 12 right-in because they regraded and
they can't do that.
Yeah, they have to. They're mandated to do that. I hate to say it, but you know, I mean, you know, that's the one thing that we've kind of had to deal with this year. It's been very interesting seeing construction impact our beloved South Parallel runway and the interesting operations configurations, the different runway ops that we saw during that period of construction when 12 right 30 left was down for the needed safety improvements and the runway resurfacing. So it was interesting to see, you know, one day we got runway 422 on another day. It's our crosswind runway in use.
Yeah, but that opportunity provided some very interesting viewing opportunities because, like one of the last streams that we did covering runway 4, we had that arrival with 170 heavy that came in that we weren't expecting because the arrivals at that time had been coming in on 3.5, and I was tracking that one, and then all of a sudden when I checked back in on it again, and I know I remember getting your attention because assuming that it was coming in on 3.5, it came in on 4, and she was on short final when we spotted her. So, yep, the infamous Mike taxi.
Something the aircraft viewing area is known all too well for when it comes to the spotting experience here, and oh my goodness.
Runway 17, line up and wait. Short delay on the runway, waiting for that 01 time. Working 71 and 17 is just a departure only runway.
A Sunday surprise. Yep, that was the Colorado 1 livery. According to my flight radar, I'm not getting any information as far as where they've come in from.
Right at Whiskey 5.
Thank you, Southwest. I was going to say, that was that looked different. And it certainly is a different aircraft. Look at that. We were expecting our Alaska Honoring Those Who Serve special livery today, which we caught arriving on the North Parallel earlier on in our program, and now we've got Colorado 1 in town. Looks like they did an equipment swap, maybe, because I didn't see it on the flight board scheduled to come into Minneapolis, St. Paul last night. And this was late last night, too. Let's take another look at this beaut. Here we go.
98-223 series on my Delta 2432. Sun Country 321.
Colorado 1.
3.67.
Yeah,
Landing on runway 12 right. I think that's the first time that we've caught Colorado 1.
Yeah, she's a Dash 700.
Yeah, that's my favorite variant of the 737 Next Gen series, actually. Didn't used to be that way, but I don't know. There's just something about that smaller size that just looks a lot better, and with that livery, too. My goodness. We are certainly going to add that to our mixtape for highlights at the end of our show tonight when we look over those.
Delta 365 to 737, which for you? Delta 365, monitor tower 126.7. 126.7 for tower. Delta 2730, monitor tower 126.7. 6-7, Delta 2732. Ocean 460 heavy Minneapolis ground, reference the heavy Airbus 330 at your tail. Once they're out the way, your push is approved.
Box 6, 2025.
Box 6.
Affirm.
Roger, if you don't make Alpha 5, they'll plan a right turn off, a couple of heavies pushing back.
Alright, we'll plan Alpha 5, that's 2025.
61 heavy, roger, plan on runway 12 right.
And there's one more look at Colorado 1 before we got to swing all the way over to our right, or I mean our left. I'm directionally challenged today as well. Got another arrival coming in. It's Boeing 757 from Atlanta. It's Delta Flight 2825.
150, wind 230 at 6, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Oh, salute time. Yep. Registration 581 Northwest.
2964 Minneapolis Tower, wind 240 at 7, runway 12 right, clear 2 left.
So do you ever think when you see a 7.5, it's actually a 7.6?
There have been a few times where that's actually happened. I've mistaken it for a heavy. It's because those engines are just so enormous.
And the landing gear in the back, because there's 4 wheels on each side.
It's an honorary heavy is what it is. Even though it's not a heavy aircraft, it's technically a narrow body, but the weight turbulence they generate is akin to that of a heavy aircraft or a wide body airplane. 757 for, if you were to encapsulate it in one word, it's an aircraft that's overpowered.
AKA why it's called a rocket ship.
That's exactly right.
Because I know if you fly on one and you roll for takeoff, you know it.
Delta 160 Heavy, Minneapolis ground. Company 75 is a passenger tail. They're parked.
You will be planted to the back of your seat. You'll be fixed in there. That's so much momentum.
You leave an impression, huh?
Yeah. One that'll stay in there for a little while.
Make a right turn on Alpha and hold short 12.
Yeah, lots of horsepower.
No wonder why there are some flat spots with the seats on board.
210 at 7, runway 12 right, clear 2 left.
Wind 12 right, now 730.
So let's take another look at our Boeing 757-300 arrival that we just saw, just in case you missed it.
Wind 180 at 6, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Splendid aircraft. We see the 757-300s here at MSP all the time.
Right, turn off, couple of hips, push them back.
Alright, copy.
Sun Country 499, cross runway 4.
Cross runway 4, Sun Country 499.
Sun Country 395, monitor
5063 at Alpha 8, cross runway 12 right, join Whiskey to 17.
Alright, 5.12 right, Alpha 8, join Whiskey to 17.
3527, yeah, right, cross runway 12 right, join Whiskey to runway 17.
So as we just welcomed in Southwest Flight 2964 from Denver, Discover is pushed.
Delta cross runway 12 right, continue.
That they have.
12 left.
Alright, Delta cross 12 right, Delta Papa to 12 left, Sun Country 395.
365, runway 17, line up and wait.
And our Flight 152 Heavy, Charles de Gaulle is the destination. They are on the move.
Right turn, Whiskey ground will
That they are.
Whiskey Delta will monitor.
Nice.
Fast and furious. We always enjoy
taxi Delta Papa
with
runway 422,
our
monitor ground
very
point
friendly
now.
viewers and supporters that are out here at the viewing area that bring some of these extras to our attention because we're monitoring so much going on at the same time. It's hard to keep up some.
You have to keep your head in a swivel at all times. You have to be very attentive out here.
Yep, just like an owl. And the snowy owls that like to hang out here during the winter.
Brother.
Departure.
To departure, 6 for uniform.
All I will say is that they are some incredible creatures.
Denver 5029 on Mike, hold short runway 12 right, monitor 126.7.
Yep, so there is our flight to Charles de Gaulle, Delta 152 Heavy, operated today by 810 Northwest and A330-300.
Heading 105, runway 12 left, clear for takeoff.
And here's United from Denver with an Airbus.
That was 4283, runway
152 heavy, Minneapolis Tower, runway 12 right, line up and wait, following traffic, departing the parallel. 152 heavy, Minneapolis Tower.
Oh, we're on a roll. 160 to Amsterdam today, being operated by an A350, has also pushed.
732 taxi via Whiskey 7.
Let's take a look at the replay from our United arrival from Denver, Colorado.
7, hold turn to 12 right, United 732.
Delta 152 heavy, Minneapolis Tower, up.
Delta 152 heavy is here.
152 heavy, runway 12 right, line up and wait, traffic crossing downfield, following traffic, departing the parallel.
Line up and wait, 12 right, Delta 152 heavy.
Delta 365, turn left heading 140, contact departure. 732, turn left heading 120, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
So some of you folks can probably tell, boy, are we getting to the instant replays today. So I have installed a brand new keypad system for the tripod that makes queuing pretty much everything so much easier. So you're going to see a little bit more dynamic product than what we typically put out.
United 732 at Whiskey 7, cross, runway 12 right, traffic hold in position, the heavy.
I haven't done one yet today. I get to do a roll to rotate salute
Okay, 7 cross, 2 right.
with our departure to Paris.
SkyWest 182 Juliet, contact departure. Sun Country 395, runway 12 left, line up and wait.
And it's a Northwest Airlines aircraft
just a short delay on the runway.
in origin. 810 November Whiskey delivered to Northwest Airlines.
461 heavy, runway 1. Endeavor 5063, fly runway heading, runway 17, clear.
Get ready to feel the power and listen to the roar from the A330-300 here in just a second.
Runway 17, line up and wait.
4.
This aircraft turned 20 years old last month.
In the turn 120 to departure Delta 27.
Delta 152 heavy, fly runway heading, all have another turn, wind variable at 4, runway 12 right, clear for takeoff.
Runway heading clear for takeoff. So, for 12 right, Delta 152 heavy.
Yeah, Delta 2 across runway 4.
Then turn left heading 150, wind variable at 5, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Delta 2699.
4283, we're going 12 left, taxi pop across, runway 4. Endeavor 5029, you're behind Sun Country. Sun Country 499, 17, line up and wait. Endeavor 5063, turn right, heading 215, and contact departure.
Yeah, we got that one. And we know just
Bye-bye, Delta 152 Heavy. Have a great flight to Paris tonight.
The 152 Heavy, turn left heading 105, contact departure.
Left 105 departure, Delta 152 heavy.
And here's Delta 160 Heavy. This is with our A350-900 off to Amsterdam Schiphol.
499, runway 1.
Now, in the past, 160 Heavy had been an A330 service, whether it was the A330-300 or the A330-900 Neo. Stayed that way for years until Delta finally decided that right at the end of April that was going to change. 160 Heavy and 161.
Runway 17,
the early flights to AMS and from AMS, respectively, were going to be assigned the A350-900 flagship instead. And Delta continues to up their game here in the Twin Cities, and this A350 on one of the most common, if not the most common international route overseas to Europe, to AMS, can demonstrate, yes, Delta is really doing a great job with
wind variable at 5, runway 12
sending us
left,
some more
clear 2 left.
A350s. So we got Discover on the move as well. Where are they going?
Yeah, I was just going to ask the same thing.
Country 499 on the 135 heading, contact departure. Endeavor 5029, 5 runway heading, wind 220 at 6, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Flight radar is indicating that they're going to
17, line up
12 left.
17, line up and wait, United 1531.
They must
Sun
be
Country
light today.
395, turn left heading 105, contact departure. Endeavor 5304, wind 220 at 6, turn
And
left heading
I'm willing to
105,
bet
runway
that
12 left, clear for takeoff.
because they're light enough, they could take off on the north side. They can get out of here sooner because keep in mind, 160 heavy is going to be needing to use 12 right.
No traffic on final.
So probably for timing and because that particular flight, because they can depart off the north parallel, they can get both of them out of here quicker. So that's what ATC, it looks like, opted to do there. Because normally Discover would be taken off on runway 12 right, 30 left. It's not usual to see them go to the north side, from my experience anyway, but if there's any aircraft that I would really enjoy, love to see take off, it's the A350. We have the better aircraft taking off in front of us here.
Well, we also have one coming in.
Turn left heading 150,
We've got 170 heavy coming in from Seoul. Right now, they're about 3 minutes out.
Clear for takeoff, United 1531.
Oh, geez.
The 160 heavy, fly, run heading, I'll have another turn, wind 210 at 7, runway 12 right, clear for takeoff.
12 right, clear for takeoff, all runway heading, Delta.
They may have just kind of turned into
into
their final.
On the 105 heading, contact departure, good day. Country 1491, runway 17, line up and wait. Sun Country 1491, Minneapolis, hurry up. Roger. .4283, runway 12 left. Line up and wait. 2699, Minneapolis Tower, Mike Cross, runway 12 right, turn right on Whiskey to runway 17.
Mike Cross, 12 right, and a right turn on Whiskey. 2699.
United 1531, contact departure.
Over departure, United 1531.
.4523, contact ground point 9er, you can join Papa, thanks.
And there goes Delta 160 Heavy. Have a terrific flight to the Netherlands tonight.
Left heading 105, contact departure.
All right, 105 heading, Delta 160 again, departure, good day.
Sun Country 1491, turn left.
Those
heading
A350 departures are
runway
just always
17,
breathtaking,
clear for
RJ. I'm never going to get tired of seeing that.
Me neither.
Delta 170
I'm on
heavy,
the...
left,
Oh,
takeoff.
170 heavy just
wind
became
210
in
at 8,
view.
Runway 12 right, clear 2 left.
Clear to land 12 right, Delta 170 heavy, we're planning an exit
Yep,
at Alpha 2.
clear to land.
Roger.
Don't miss your salute as well here. We got an ex-Northwest A319 on the move, headed to runway 17.
I need, like, eyes on the back of my head and on each side of my
4283,
head.
wind 200 at 8. Turn left heading to
This is Delta Flight
105,
2699
runway
off to
12
Raleigh,
left,
Durham
clear for takeoff.
in North Carolina.
And I also believe our Iceland Air arrival is starting to get close, too.
Cross 4 right turn.
More than likely, they're going to go on the north parallel for arrival. We'll catch them either way, depending on if they decide to come right in front of us, landing on the south parallel, 12 right, 30 left, or if they decide to go
91 on the 140 heading
on the north parallel, runway 12 left, 30 right. We're on the 12 headings today.
So we're going to get back-to-back A350s, a departure and an arrival. And our 170 heavy flight today, their flight time will have been about 11 hours and 20 minutes when they touch down.
Okay, left turn heading 140, runway 17, clear for takeoff, so 2699.
Sky's 4283.
There's our Discover flight
Good day.
poking its head out from behind the new fire station. And look at that. It still has the Eurowings titles on it. Even though Discover is not part of Eurowings anymore. Eurowings is gone.
Wind 210 at 8, turn left.
So they still have yet to get around to painting this aircraft. Well, look out from behind. We have a taxiing Sun Country 737-800, November 836, Sierra Yankee. Now we got to swing over to go catch 170 Heavy arriving right as our Discover flight is now on the roll for Frankfurt, Germany.
Minneapolis Tower at Mike Cross, runway 12 right, continue Mike and Papa to runway 12 left, this frequency.
Aircraft 12 right on Mike and then continue Mike Papa to 12 left, this frequency Sun Country 295.
Right, let's take a look at our Delta A350 arrival from Seoul, South Korea. This is Delta Flight 170 Heavy.
Contact departure. Okay. 170 Heavy, turn left at Alpha 2. Turn left on Alpha, contact ground, point 9er.
2 Alpha, ground point 9er, Delta 170 Heavy.
2699 on the 140, contact departure.
Or departure Delta 2699.
7 taxi via Papa, Mike, cross runway 4, hold short, runway 2 right. Hold short, 41. Sun Country 107, Minneapolis ground, push back is approved for runway 17.
Push approved, runway 17, Sun Country 107.
Heavy Minneapolis ground. Good afternoon, taxi via Alpha to the gate.
To the gate, Delta 170.
Now we got plenty of time.
Tree 295, wind 200 at 4, turn left, heading 105, runway 12 left, clear for takeoff.
Left turn 105, 12 left, clear for takeoff, Sun Country 295.
Daniel, one of our MSP Airport Live members, says, hello. Well, happy Sunday to you. Thanks for tuning in.
And ground Southwest 3026, we're ready to taxi with Zulu.
Southwest 3026, runway 17, make the left turn out, taxi via Tango, Yankee, Kilo, cross runway 4, and cut through the GS pad to join Kilo. Your discretion.
Alright, it'll be Tango, Tango Yankee Kilo, cross through the GS pad, also cleared to cross 4 up to 17 Southwest 3026.
Jonas, thank you for tuning in. Hello, friends. Good afternoon from Franco de Rocha, SP, Brazil.
Wow.
2012 Minneapolis Tower, 190 runway 12 right, cleared to land.
12 right, cleared to land, Delta 2012.
Cautionary turbulence last arrival was a heavy Airbus 350.
Copy that.
Country 295, contact departure, good day.
295, have a nice evening.
Johan Clausen says, hello from Denmark. Greetings from Minnesota. How are you doing? Hope you're having a terrific Sunday. Just going through some of your comments here as we have a little bit of a break in the action.
4169, monitor tower 126.
Pick up a lot more later.
267, guys, 4169.
Something like that comes
Southwest 3026, tower 123.67. Good day. Go to tower Southwest 3026. Good. Ground Country 107, ready taxi. Country 107, runway 17, taxi via Sierra Kilo, cross runway 4.
Sierra Kilo, cross, we're on the way to 17, Country 107.
We're getting the effects of it, but we're not getting the smell. Yeah. I mean, I smell more jet fuel than...
Yeah. Well, here, yeah. I got a nice smell. I loved it when I in Lauderdale when I lived close to where the air show was on the beach. I could watch it just from my car, where I parked at my apartment. And they came right over. 26th Street was the...
Plus Tower, good evening, 612 Alpha Fox, ILS 12 right.
They go right overhead. Just...
You know, there was one time when Mom and I were down there embarking one of our cruises at a...
Got 4D129 Minneapolis Tower. Mike, cross runway 1 right, next to me whiskey.
Mike, cross 12 right, next to you with GS 41.
Over 612 Foxtrot Minneapolis Tower, wind 1906, runway 12 right, clear to land.
12 right, clear land, 612
It's 4 days of that.
South 3026 Minneapolis Tower, wind 1906, turn left heading 140, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Yeah, because I know one of the times that we went and did Sun and Fun, we did
2812 towards the gate, kind of ground on point 9ers, yep.
Turn left, up on 9, see Delta 2012.
We got to take in them not only kind of going out and kind of doing their flying to kind of mark their landmarks for the area, because they do close off, you know, certain amount of airspace.
Yeah.
For when they do the shows, you know, this way and this way. So then they went out and did a practice show, so we got to take that in. Of course, as much as possible, we always still try to...
Alpha 2012, Minneapolis ground taxi via Alpha, what's the gate number? Alpha, access Golf, right here. Sure, good day.
I got 3 years down here. It was just so great. On Thursday morning, I'd be at the shuttle and I'd be like,
You hear 'em.
look at
You'll
folks.
be rattled.
Get
26, contact.
Doesn't run, the number of days that it runs is I don't think is quite as much. I think
London's on final right now.
Okay.
3:59.
All right, thanks.
Is that London?
I gotta go.
yeah, I just heard him say something's coming in on final. I don't know.
1476, that's going to push back and through, ground way 17.
Okay, yeah, we've got something maybe going on that he's working on, so something has happened. He's got to just fix it before we can.
Tower Delta 9 Heavy, 10 for 1 2 right.
Yeah,
So 9 Heavy, Minneapolis Tower, 912 right, clear to land, wind is 190 at 7. What's the gauge for that?
Yeah, oh, I see him now.
Clear to land, 1 2 right, Delta 9 Heavy.
See. Oh,
So 9 Heavy, what's the gauge today?
I have
Golf 13, Delta 9 Heavy.
wonderful
Roger.
vision after my cataract surgery. It just went perfect.
Victor 167 Minneapolis Tower with 190 at 7, fly right heading 317, clear to take off.
Oh, it's worse. I have for close.
Foxtrot to right when able, taxi to signature ramp,
And it was,
and you can monitor ground point 9 on the way. See
it
ya.
was kind of.
Monitor ground, that's to a signature down.
Last night, yesterday, you know, stuff.
That's 4169, runway 17, line of weight, 1806.
She was commenting so much about what she's seeing in me and what I'm out trying to do and what she's living with, and I'm just like, yeah, well, I've got some things.
We all have baggage, but you know,
yeah.
there's
So
stuff that
it's just everybody.
different levels.
Until we get authorized, you know, once it went through, it's like the payments like sent to, it's like, what more do you need?
Yeah.
American 2140 on the visual club, right?
So I dealt with the
American 2140 Minneapolis Tower with 1807, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Clear to land 12 right, American 2140.
doing do stuff online.
1049 Minneapolis ground, taxi via Papa West Tower, runway 12 left, line up away, winds 2107.
Minneapolis Tower, Delta 165 Heavy is ILS 12 right.
Delta 165 Heavy, Minneapolis Tower, winds 2107, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Clear to land, 12 right, Delta 165 Heavy.
Delta 1476, flying 120, runway 12 left, cleared for takeoff. Gus 4236, contact departure. Sun Country 657, Minneapolis ground pushback is approved for runway 1.
Pushback approved, expect 17, Sun Country 657.
Key left 120, Minneapolis ground pushback is approved, runway 1 left. Delta 1470, fighting 120, contact departure, we'll see ya. Endeavor 55, Christian Endeavor 5331, Minneapolis ground, to runway 17, taxi via Papa, Mike, cross runway 4, hold short of runway 12. 2415 Minneapolis, winds 2307, runway 12 left, clear to land. Go 3568, the black Embraer all downfield. We'll be moving here momentarily, and then into the 95. Kilo 50, 120, earning 12 left, taxi via Papa, cross runway 4. Join Pop, or I'm sorry, join Alpha, and contact ground on point 9er.
Alpha Delta 3 and join Alpha Delta 1.
Sun Country 1815, Minneapolis Tower, winds 2005, turn left heading 120, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
And welcome back, folks. Thank you for
Frontier 32,
sticking with us.
Minneapolis Tower, runway 17, line up 08, winds 2005.
It's our device that connects to the internet is actually getting a little bit too hot. It's overheating. It'll cause some problems. I mean, it doesn't surprise me either because, I mean, we're in the 80s right now. It's a hot, but not too unbearable evening here to start the month of June with live plane spotting at MSP Airport. So still due in, we have our UPS A300, as well as our MD-11F.
Airways 348 Minneapolis feeder ground, your pushback is approved and flight runway 17. Let's go 4266 Minneapolis ground behind the 73 exiting the runway, runway 12 left, taxi via pop across runway.
Yeah, our UPS MD-11 is en route.
Wind is 210 at 6, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Estimated arrival at this time is 5:36.
Minneapolis ground, Sun Country 657, ready for taxi with 2.
Current time here in the Twin Cities is about 4:45.
Delta Sierra, go cross runway 4, Sun Country 657.
You can start out your taxi now for Sky 4266, you'll be in front.
1515 on the 120 heading, connect departure, yeah.
167 there, 6331.
So we wait for our next arrival. Gonna get to some of your comments. Becky says, hello, RJ, hello.
Hello back. Thanks for joining us.
Lee, thank you so much for tuning in. Good, smoky, hazy evening from just west of the airport. Yeah, there's a lot of smoke that is kind of engulfing the region right now due to the wildfires upstate and elsewhere.
For your flow time now moved up between 5.3 and 5.6, so we should work out just fine for you. You can monitor tower 123.67.
53 through 56, Minor Tower 12981, from visual approach 12 right.
So 2981 Minneapolis Tower, runway 12 right, cleared to land, wind is 19 at 5.
Clear to land, 12 right, over 2981.
Departure 3223, turn right, heading 215, connect departures, yeah.
And happy Sunday to you, Tom, one of our many fantastic MSP Airport Live members, saying hello. Mr. Phil, yes.
3 ready for toll.
Supertech 3, taxi.
Yep, we're back.
Charlie 5, Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right.
Charlie 5, Charlie, hold short 1 right. 3.
It's a salute to Delta Flight 2524 coming in from Myrtle Beach and a 319 former Northwest. Registration 320NB, which
Mike cross 12 right, whiskey to 17.
is actually a former Northwest aircraft. For some reason, at the time, the A319s came out with an NB ending to the registration.
About 5 minutes. There's just going to be one RJ that's going to attack in front of you. Once the RJ passes, you can follow them to run.
Yeah, one RJ. There's another look at our A319 arrival. It's an ex-Northwest aircraft.
5331. You'll be number 1 at the end for 17. You'll see a Sun Country jet that'll follow you. They've got a short delay.
1997.
Like just with any other Delta hub, we see those aircraft all the time.
Ground Delta 2524, we're clear. 2 right, parking golf 1.
Delta 2524, master ground, signature taxi, Alpha to the gate.
Alpha to the gate, good afternoon. Delta 2524.
And of course, folks, as you just may have noticed, we've got our instant replay working as well.
Yes, kind of come out of some
haven't got the MD-11 yet, so you should be attentive to that. Took the time to say hello to one of our viewers that is also a fellow plane spotter of ours out here at the viewing area. Also decided to come out and soak up the fun summer Sunday vibes.
2340, thanks, runway 17, taxi Quebec, Mike Cross, my 4, hold short of runway 12.
Touching down from Atlanta, Delta Flight 2981 and A321. Flight time 2 hours and 10 minutes.
12 right to the control point underground on point 9er.
1 Charlie, left approach 1, right Charlie, 1 left.
We'll take another look at the arrival. Super cool.
A1 turn left, join Alpha, contact ground on point 9er. We'll see you.
Let's join Alpha Ground Point.
Cover 5331, fly runway heading, runway 17, cleared for takeoff.
For Fox 10.
It's been light and variable, 200 at 5 now.
Winds light and variable.
Yep, the windsock will prove that.
It's our visual indicator that's in the immediate vicinity. Hey, how about some jet fuel?
Sun Country 650, runway 17, line up and wait, just a minute.
It'd be great if it would work in a car. That would last a while.
It would.
Ground, Delta 2885 is right taxi.
Delta 2885, runway 17, taxi, Charlie 5, Charlie, hold short, runway 12, right.
Delta 5, Charlie, hold short of 12 right, runway 17, Delta 2885.
Delta 23, excuse me, Spirit 2348, monitor top 26 points up.
Mr. Phil, one of our moderators, says, love the smell of jet fuel in the morning, but I love the smell of jet fuel in the evening, too.
Needs to be a fragrance so I can have it inside my house, like say with the warmer or
1 turn left heading 120, contact departure. See ya.
Well, if you go down to Macy's, you could probably find something that smells similar. Maybe worse, like most of the fragrances there. If you've ever been in a Macy's, oh.
Yeah.
Not for me.
Because it's not jet fuel, right?
True.
Yeah, it'd be great aromatherapy. You know, like a candle.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know, because actually, you know, that's kind of what I like to do, but I don't burn a candle. I'll scoop it out and put it into a warmer.
Oh, yeah.
Have a little fragrance inside, because I don't like to burn a candle.
26.7, Delta.
Speaking of candles,
heading runway 17, cleared
just
for
thought I would
takeoff.
bring this up real quick. Our sponsor, DG Pilot, Aviation Collectibles and more, they actually carry some candles that you can purchase, some Minnesota-made local goods. Donnie, if you're listening, Donnie owns DG Pilot.
Delta 28,
Great guy.
Charlie, cross runway 1 right, taxi to be whiskey, cross runway 22.
Really
you'll
great
follow
individual.
clear.
I've known him for several years now. Wonderful, wonderful person.
Kilo cross runway 4.
Always looking for new products to offer a DG Pilot to
2885, you'll follow Spirit off the right.
people looking for something to kind of spice up their living and their
Spirit 23,
aviation and
48,
travel
Mike,
fixation.
runway
And
1 right, taxi to
they
be
carry
whiskey,
candles
cross
in their
runway 1,
store.
Mike Cross 1
Gotta
right,
find somebody that's going to carry some jet fuel scented candles.
We're okay, aren't we?
Yeah, because I know one customer standing right next to me that would certainly be first in line to purchase one.
Hint, hint.
The jet fuel scented candles.
57, turn right, heading 215, Skyline departure. We'll see ya.
So I'm guessing this is the same Spirit A321 that came in earlier.
Yep.
So they're headed. Are they headed back to Atlanta?
Yep, they're headed back to ATL.
Right. Okay. That's where I thought they came in from.
The A321 Neo, a.k.a. the Captain Paul Hansen Special.
Yes.
It's been a while since we've had Captain Paul co-host the program.
And of course, we both certainly hope all is well.
Oh, yeah.
He's been busy.
Very busy. He's been very busy flying for these guys. A lot of flying to much warmer destinations. Well, this time of year, yeah, still warmer.
And right behind her is Delta Flight 2885 headed off to Milwaukee in A319. So, of course, it's former Northwest Equipment 371NB.
And they will get a salute from us. So for those who are new here and are thinking, what in the wide world are we doing saluting these aircraft? RJ, you were kind of the one that started this whole thing. Talk about that, because there's kind of an interesting reason behind it.
Yeah, that's my fault. Since I joined in on becoming a team member here at MSP Airport Live, of course, as I've shared, I have a bit of a love affair and an addiction to this airport because of the connections to my parents. And my uncle as well, of course. When Northwest and Delta merged, when that started back in 2008, there were aircraft that each of the two airlines flew, but the other didn't. So as unfortunately the Red Tails flew off into the sunset, I guess we could say. The equipment, the airplanes themselves, still do fly for Delta, so they just have a new paint job on them, as I would say, or livery. And they retained their original registration or tail numbers. So these are aircraft that we salute because they were originally Northwest aircraft. And of course, I have some pretty strong connections and ties to the old days of Northwest. So those are former Northwest airplanes. So they get a salute because they're still flying.
Yeah, paying tribute to the once mighty Twin Cities-based airline that helped to change the aviation world into what it is today as we know it. And everyone knew it was Northwest by that red tail. And for those that lived here in the Twin Cities area or by a Northwest hub, it meant one thing to those people that saw that tail and that recognized Northwest. That meant home for a lot of people.
Yep, if you're able to make the left turn there to join Kilo, that would be great, and you'll be second.
All right, left turn here to, we'll go left on Kilo 8 and then a right turn on Kilo 2885.
Yeah, so that view right there with all the aircraft that are parked over there at the G Concourse back in time, that was a site that was the home to Northwest Airlines airplanes with those red tails.
Yep.
One next to another, just solid.
So imagine those Delta jets there in picture. Imagine that entire concourse is filled to the brim with red tails. And that's what it looked like 20 years ago.
Go 25, wind variable at 5, fly runway heading.
So one of our spotting friends, Sam Stein, has just alerted us to the presence of our Alaska Special Livery 737-800 and the Honoring Those Who Serve livery that's now getting ready to head back to Seattle, Washington. Its transponder is now on. We caught that special livery arriving on the north parallel runway 12 left towards the top of our program here today. And we look to catch it on its way out. We'll see where they go. More than likely, they're probably going to be a north side departure, a little bit of ways away out from us, but we'll still get a glimpse of them. Alaska loves to take that north side.
appreciate the rep, and attention all aircraft. Flock of geese flew across the departure end of runway 170 caution.
So this Gulf Stream that has just touched down has come in from Burbank. For them, that was a 2-hour and 47-minute flight.
Number
For whoever's on board.
Trot Alpha, turn right, taxi via Whiskey 6. You can monitor ground on 0.9, we'll see ya.
So they'll be going off to Signature Flight Support Services. They have a private terminal that's located just off Post Road, adjacent to Terminal 2 here at MSP Airport.
348, flighting 140,
So Jeff and Mass 1, good to see that you're following us again today. Did Northwest absorb Republic? Yes, we did.
It was in the 80s, I think, when that happened.
And he's also curious to know, is any of the original Northwest terminals still there?
Oh, yes. Yeah, MSP Airport's been updated a few times throughout the years. And it's currently being updated right now in a couple of its concourses. So MSP Airport, they have their 2040 plan into action now that's going to see some major facelift changes to how this airport will look and be experienced. It's fascinating to see what the Airport Commission has come up with in the project and the plans that they have drafted for it. Incredible to look at. Really cool stuff. Take a look at that Gulfstream that came in just moments ago. Absolutely love Gulfstreams. We see quite a few biz jets here at MSP Airport, for those who aren't familiar. They typically land on the runway closest to us here, runway 12 right, 30 left. It's primarily due to the fact that Signature is right off this runway. So it's a pretty easy exit off the runway. They just take a right-hand turn and taxi right into Signature. It's pretty convenient.
So Lee Harris, thanks for the heads up. He's mentioning to me there is jet fuel scented candles for sale. Just a quick Google search to find them. I'll have to do that.
Yeah, with 3522, turn left, contact ground point, enter. Air France 634 Tango, Minneapolis Tower, 4 miles in trail of an Airbus 321, wind 190 at 6, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Let's take another look at our Embraer arriving. It's from Sioux Falls, South Dakota, SkyWest 3522.
Turning on L5, Charlie. Got 35, 2 minutes, ground, roger, taxi, Alpha Delta, Quebec. Alpha Delta, Quebec, 3520. Sun Country 3032, we're Amazon, ready to taxi.
We've got our Air France flight 634 from Paris, Charles de Gaulle, now on final in sight.
What's the taxi via Lima, Sun Country 3032? Delta 2006 minutes ground, taxi, Papa
They've
Charlie.
been in the air for about 8 hours once they touched down.
I'm sorry, you got the right number there. I appreciate that. 2043, Papa Charlie, Charlie 6.
So we're honoring those who serve livery. This is one of our notable departures today. Is coming over here. This is Alaska Flight 353, headed off to the Pacific Northwest to Seattle, Washington.
top of the step.
All right, I actually got a little ahead of myself. The next arrival is our Air France flight coming in from Paris.
2271, turn left, play out please, contact ground on point enter.
So we take a look at our A321 arriving from Denver, Colorado. It's Delta Flight 2271.
017 cross 4, Southwest 4279.
There's our honoring those who serve. 737-800.
Delta 2271, good evening, taxi Alpha Delta to Fox 5.
We have to break away from it because we've got an Air France Heavy inbound.
So it's 4279, wheels up for Denver 9 to 12, time now 5.
Thank you, Doc.
Fifty 3032, tower fly heading 140, runway 17, clear for takeoff. Thanks, I'm predicted back to Gold Roof for that citation. Line up away, cross base, commission route 7787. 3522, get away to the bus ring in the Charlie 3 and then continue correct to the gate. Okay, let's wait to the Airbus Charlie 3 and then Tango, turn left at Alpha 3, left on Alpha, contact ground 121.9er.
That's 3 lift on buzz 1.9 or 2 for Denver. Thank you, Friday. 12 riders are set for 6.
All right, let's take a look at our Air France 787 arriving from Paris, Charles de Gaulle.
A12 right, cleared for takeoff.
Always a welcome sight
12 right, clear for takeoff.
at MSP Airport. Air France is a seasonal airline that flies only during the warmer months of the year to MSP from Paris.
Delta 2463, vision 12 right.
2463, Minneapolis Tower, cautionary terminal, previous travel, 787, wind 200 at 5, runway 12 right, middle line.
Middle line 12 right, Delta 2463.
I got you 32 on the 140, contact departure reading. Section 361, monitor tower 126.7.
Tower 26, section 361.
At 353, turn left heading 10, contact departure.
110,
That had to have been an assist from Tower.
Did you notice the stars and stripes on the outside of the winglets facing us?
Yep.
That was cool.
Jet 361, Minneapolis, keep it rolling, traffic 2 mile final at Charlie Cross, runway 12 right, then
There's Air France making its way over to Concourse G.
12 right at Charlie, left turn off whiskey.
That was really neat to see on those winglets.
Southwest 42.9, Minneapolis Tower, fly around my heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff. Southwest 4279, Minneapolis Tower, fly around my heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff. Dallas 3683, Minneapolis Tower, wind 200 at 5, runway 12 right, clear to land. Dallas 3663, if able to keep the speed up to about a 3 mile final if you're able.
We'll do our best, guys. 3663.
After that, traffic's just about 3 miles in trail, you just trying to get some straight through.
This is Delta Flight 2463 from Charleston, and she got a salute on touchdown because she's an A320 former Northwest Equipment. 373 Northwest. And of course, since we were on the subject of the winglets during the time of Northwest with the airplanes that they had them at the time,
when you're able, contact ground
they were red too.
Yeah, with 363 space is good now. Appreciate the help.
Some of them even had the logo on them.
2226.
There's your France.
Ground push approved. 17.
Mike 6 push for 17, Brickyard 45.
Air France waiting to
Right now,
pull into its gate.
2463 Minneapolis.
I think it's waiting on some wing walkers. It's kind of hard to tell from just how far out we are, but oh, there we go. It's on the move again.
.4279, fly heading 215, contact departure. Have a great day.
I have 1613 visual 12 right.
1613, Minneapolis Tower, wind 220 at 6, my 12 right, could land.
12 right, could land. For Delta 1613, we're going to gate Fox 15. We need paramedics to meet us at the gate. We're not declaring anything. Just want to make sure you're all aware.
1613, copy that. I'll pass it on. If you have any other information, let me know.
Will do. Thank you.
For 906, Minneapolis Tower, wind 220 at 6, my 12 right, could land. 1613, you say 15 or 13?
15, Foxtrot 15.
Copy that. Looks like they're already standing by at 13, bring that speed.
Alright, thank you.
Plus 3653, turn left, contact ground point 9.
Turn left, contact ground point 9, fast 363. Minneapolis ground, Skywest 653 is turning left on Alpha 5, and we're looking for Charlie 23.
06, wind 210 and I went to right, good line.
5. Alpha Delta, hold short of Charlie 5. Skywest 3650.
So our friend Anthony, I was just checking in on him to see if we were going to get a special guest appearance. Maybe.
Alpha, right turn on runway 22.
Special delivery. Got us some Lufthansa
right
chocolate.
Runway 22, and then come back to our gate. Skywest 3650.
Thank you, Anthony. Certainly a much-needed pick-me-up.
It's Delta 1613 from Kansas City and A220, nicknamed the Whale. You know there's one around, you don't even have to see it when you hear it.
1852 Minneapolis ground push.
We just heard that, too.
Yes.
When they threw on the thrust reversers.
Delta 1613, turn left, taxi via Alpha Delta, monitor ground point 9 are on the way. It looks like paramedics are standing by for you.
Yeah, left turn to Alpha Delta, we'll monitor ground at Delta 1613.
Ever 5313, Minneapolis Tower, wind 200 at 5, runway 12 right, good line.
4523.
Delta 2521, you give way to the American tail, the Embraer, you continue via Charlie 6 into the alley. The 2521, hold short of Charlie 6 into the alley after the
Jeff and Mass 1, thanks for tuning in, buddy. Has a question as well. What other airlines did Northwest absorb? be a question for, I think, RJ.
Well, there were a lot of other airlines that merged their way into Northwest besides Republic. Yeah, there's a number of them. One interesting thing for our viewers to do with interest into the past of Northwest is go online to the website for the NWA History Center. There's an awful lot of interesting information on there that goes back and covers that, as well as I know I was kind of piecing into it a little bit the other day with all the different aircraft that they flew during the time that they were around, and interesting information that goes with each aircraft is in itself. So and we do have some things on display over at the museum that covers that. I think, you know, like Hughes Air West, I think was one of them. And
the top banana, that was the original banana bus, by the way. Go ahead and look up Hughes Air West. If you want to know where Spirit drew inspiration from, then look no further than that. They were the original banana bus.
Yep.
A lot of people don't know that. That's one of the many fascinating things that you'll find history-wise when you go check out the Northwest Airlines History Center website. Their archives are really extensive. They're adding to it all the time. Or even if you go in person to their wonderful museum space inside the Crown Plaza Air Hotel. That's just a stone's throw away from MSP and the Mall of America. It's actually on the light rail line, too, so getting there is easy and breezy. So if you're here at MSP Airport on a quick layover, and if their hours align with your layover, you really want to get over there and check them out. Really fascinating place to visit.
Yeah, there's a tremendous amount of information on the website. I mean, you probably can get all your questions answered by just exploring the website.
Minneapolis ground taxi to park via Alpha Delta, Quebec.
Southwest 1852, taxiing up.
Southwest 1852, runway 17, taxi.
All right, welcome to the broadcast booth, everybody. I'm Alex, that's RJ, and, well, our friend Anthony gave us these. These are actual Lufthansa chocolates. He travels all over, and, you know, that's what he does in his free time, and he's a flight attendant, so he travels for a living, and he travels for fun. He's addicted to it, and you know what? I can understand that. I can completely understand that, because it's the one thing that you buy that makes you rich, as they say.
I know. I wish I was out flying more than I am. I can never get enough of it. There used to be a saying that my mom would say, you know, we used to be getting on and off of airplanes like people get in and out of cars.
So we got to eat this chocolate here before it melts. I mean, it's 80-plus degrees outside. This is what the chocolate looks like, everybody. Look at that. Doesn't that look good? So here we go.
Just like our cookies.
2687, turn left at Alpha 3, join Alpha.
And I can do that again in the fall.
Wow. That is a very smooth chocolate. And the thing you'll notice, it's there. You don't taste a lot of sugar in it.
No.
It's a richer, but it's a very light flavor. It's a very creamy, silky flavor. I just love that. And the thing I'll say is that when it comes to food, Europeans have it way better than we do here in the States. I'll just say that in my personal opinion. And especially when it comes to the chocolate. I mean, that's top-notch stuff right here. That Lufthansa chocolate, my goodness. Thank you, Anthony. Thank you. Very delicious.
Empty.
Wish we could share some with you. Wish we had enough to go around, but oh well, there's only so much we could do right on a live stream, right?
I just need to bring more cookies.
Hey, you know what? I'm down for that. More Sweet Martha's cookies.
I'll do that in the fall when during the fair, because you know, I can get a bucket the last day and then get them out here, because I don't know if I'll be able to be out here during the fair because of my schedule, but I'll have them. I'll put them in the freezer. That's what people do.
Yeah. It's a very common thing around here. If you're a Minnesotan, if you live and work in the Twin Cities area, it's one of those things that you do. It's sort of a Minnesota tradition. You go to the fair, you get more Sweet Martha's cookies than what you can handle. You get a couple buckets for each person. One to consume day of, the other one to put in the freezer for later.
Yep. Or like
that's the way you do it.
Kind of back in the theory of when I was younger, growing up here with, like, say, Girl Scout cookies. We would buy them and then keep them in the freezer, and then during the summer we would bring them with us when we went out on a boat that we had out on the river.
Yeah.
Delta 2490 Minneapolis ground taxi to Park via Alpha. Delta 2496, that's pushing off your gate now. Taxi via Bravo, hold short of the tunnel.
Bravo, short of the tunnel.
And Brickyard 4553, turn left heading 120, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Left turn 120, 17, clear for takeoff for Brickyard 4523.
UPS 5560, heavy Minneapolis Tower, 121 at 5, runway 12 right, clear to land.
There we go. There's our first notable arrival of the broadcast, RJ.
We have UPS inbound.
Well, I shouldn't say that because we had Delta 170 Heavy arrive earlier.
Yep,
And our first notable cargo heavy.
Yes, they're going to be number 2
broadcast.
for arrival. So we've got one coming in that's about to touch down, and our UPS A300 is behind them, and they are in sight.
1127 Minneapolis ground taxi to Park via
Delta 2262 from Las Vegas is 73-9 ER.
5 Delta.
Charlie 5 Delta, Delta 12. Delta 2496.
Delta 2496.
Again, change to focus 4 now, it's open. Focus 4.
Delta 2496, Roger. One Bravo would have been better, so just continue via Alpha, double back on.
We'll take another look here at our 737-900 ER arrival. This is a flight from Las Vegas, Nevada. Delta 2262 is the call sign.
Southwest 1852, Minneapolis Tower, flight heading 140, runway 17, cleared for takeoff. Delta 22966, Minneapolis Tower, caution make turbulence 4 miles in trail of a heavy Airbus. Wind, correction, wind 200 at 5, and I went direct to land.
And next up, UPS 5560 from Louisville, Kentucky.
We've got more treats.
Anthony's like, you're welcome.
I don't just bring treats, I bring airline treats.
I don't know if you folks caught that, but that was great, Anthony. Thanks for that. He's like, I don't just bring treats, I bring airline treats. And that he does. And does it well.
1020, runway 17, taxi via Alpha, Alpha 7, hold short, runway 12 right.
Alright, short of 17 at Alpha 7, Delta.
Now arriving on runway 12 right, UPS 5560 Heavy from Louisville, Kentucky.
Alpha 7, short of 12 right.
Ground envoy 03, top of the park here.
Envoy 4303 Minneapolis ground taxi to Park via Papa and Delta.
Papa Delta to park on 4303.
Delta 496 into the gate via Bravo when able.
To the gate via Bravo, when able. Delta 2496.
Tower 773 miles final and Alpha 7 cross by 1 direction right with you.
Ground 112 right at Alpha 7, join with 7 Alpha.
Take a look at this, RJ. Look at the cargo door. Look at the color on the cargo door. It's a mismatch.
Yeah, I noticed that talking to Anthony here. So
certainly don't see that every day. At least around here you don't. You know what? If it's certified to operate safely and if it works, why not? Got to keep the fleet airborne.
Minneapolis ground taxi to Park via Whiskey.
1620 Minneapolis Tower, caution make turbulence 5.5 and trail of a heavy Airbus 330, wind 170 at 6, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Clear to land, 12 right.
How about this? It's a non-rev that's inbound. Delta 9966 heavy.
Mine.
So look at that, RJ, back-to-back heavy arrivals.
658, correct runway 4,
Oh.
short runway 12 right.
I'm at full attention here. We've had more Lufthansa goodies come our way.
Delta 2212 Minneapolis ground, what's the gate again? Delta 2212, roger, taxi depart via Papa, Delta.
So this A330 that came from in from Atlanta, it was a Dash 300 registration 824 Northwest. And was this some type of a charter or repositioning for the aircraft because of the flight number?
Looks like a non-rev repositioning flight, which is interesting. Certainly did not have that on my bingo card tonight.
Yeah, 9966. And from one former Northwest A330.
So they look at where they touched down. They touched down a little bit later too, and of course they're light.
Yeah, they could do that.
Going nice and long there on that landing roll.
Minneapolis Tower, United 1282 is on the visual.
United 1282, Minneapolis Tower, very broken on the radio, wind 1608, when I went to right, middle line.
12 right, circle line, United 1282.
So RJ, Anthony brought over some more goodies for us. It's like a little squirrel giving us stuff over here.
Yeah, now we've got
Now we got these.
Lufthansa gummies.
Yeah, how about that? Vegan gummy candy. Look at that. Very cool.
And a little
Oh, that's neat. We got a little plushy,
Yes.
like plane thing here. Look at that. Isn't that cool?
So when you set that down on the table, I immediately picked it up and said mine.
I mean, why not? I mean, who knows? They're collectibles, I think.
Well, believe it or not, I have a little kind of stuffed airplane toy that my mom had on her bed, and if you pushed it in the right spot, you'd get the sound of an engine.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. I don't know if it still works because I think one of our four-legged visitors at time kind of got their teeth into it, so I don't think that part of it works anymore. But
right,
you
yeah.
still know that it's a little Northwest stuffed airplane. I should try to remember to bring that out one of these times and share that. And I have...
Wow, there's black currant in this. Something you don't get in food over here in the States. So I have a really good feeling about these. These are going to taste really good.
We're being well taken care of out here today.
We are. We got treats, we've got heavies, we've got great weather, sunshine. I mean, the only downside is the smoke. That's just about it, and that's really a non-factor here.
Yeah, we can't control that, except for hoping that everything ends up working out okay
right,
for those that are being affected directly more by this up north of the border.
Yeah, and especially upstate here in northern Minnesota, just...
Yeah, there's been some issues up north of Duluth recently as well.
Minneapolis Tower at Mike, cross from right, right, turn right on Whiskey.
It's United 1282 from Houston, 73 Max 8.
Where's our buddy Evan Heath when you need him?
Yes. Plus, we're about to get probably a whiskey taxi from another United, this time a departure. Yep, there it is.
It's an A320-200.
Headed
Powered by hair dryers.
So as we have our nicknames for everything, do we need to share with our viewers what you refer to as hairdryer?
So the hair dryers that I'm referring to are the IAE V2500 engines. Well, their engine cowlings make them look like a hair dryer.
Alpha Delta.
Ground Country 261, Hotel Florida, taxi to November. Sun Country 261.
So there you go.
Taxi via Delta Sierra Kilo, cross runway 4, hold short of Kilo 10.
So this is United Flight 658 outbound to Chicago O'Hare, propelled by hair dryers.
Delta 9966 heavy, pull close to the gate.
The other engine choice for the Airbus A320 and 321 and 319 current engine option aircraft, which is what this airplane is the CFM56 turbofan engines, which have a different engine cowling. They also have a distinct exhaust cone that's narrower than the engine cowlings out the back of the engines. Delta has the CFM56 engines for their Airbus 319, 320, and 321 fleets. There are no IAE V2500 engine-powered Airbus aircraft in Delta's fleet.
And so I guess, you know,
and here comes Shamrock.
When everything we share, there'll be a quiz at the end of the stream.
Oh, will there now?
Oh, yeah. Just kidding.
Well, if there's a quiz, I got to start prepping.
Yeah, me too. Too much technical information for me to remember.
Delta 4936, 10 out for the visual 12 right. Delta 2936, Minneapolis Tower, wind 1806, remain 12 right, clear to land. 12 right, clear to land.
So there goes Shamrock.
So Daniel, thanks for the heads up with our Iceland air arrival. And Nate says Delta 9966, with that information, with the age of the airplane, how could it have had a Northwest registration? Well, I think we've educated we said that that's because the airplane was ordered by Northwest before the merger and went into service because it was still part of a Northwest order.
So Northwest Airlines in the late 90s, early 2000s, they placed a big order for Airbus A330s from the Toulouse-based aircraft manufacturer. And not all of the A330-300 variants could be delivered in time before the merger with Delta Airlines in 2008. And of course, at that time, nobody really kind of foresaw the merger with Delta, as Northwest had tried everything to stay in the action themselves and maintain their footing as a company. But there were outstanding units, a part of that original Northwest Airlines order. And so what ended up happening was Delta continued to take delivery of the remaining A330-300s on that Northwest Airlines order. And here's what Delta did. They changed the engine option that Northwest had chose to be equipped on their 330s from the Pratt & Whitney PW4000 series engines to the GE CF680s. But Delta actually kept the Northwest or November Whiskey registration suffix on those aircraft to be in convention with the other ones that had already been registered with the Northwest or November Whiskey registration suffix in the fleet.
So hopefully that answered that question. And as I just started to dig into the gummies, got to take a closer look at them because they're in the shape of an airplane.
Oh, yes. Let's go ahead and get into a spotter guide on the 330-300 while we're talking about the type. So they are the backbone of Delta's international services, along with the Airbus A350. And especially out of Minneapolis, St. Paul, the A330 is a regular suspect. They are impressive aircraft. As common as they are mighty machines.
Engine 31 and hotel across runway 4. Delta 296, Christian 36, turn left, 1 Alpha, contact ground, point 9. Joining Alpha, Charlie, Delta 2936, Minneapolis, ground taxi depart via Alpha, Delta, Quebec. Alpha, Delta, Quebec to park, Delta 2936.
They said they just sent the new number, so it shouldn't be too long, maybe a couple minutes. I'll give it a couple minutes.
Yeah, but they were just trying to coordinate with the release off the ground, so let me know when you know.
Thank you. Push period for 17, American 2140.
Delta 2936, I'm in the route taxi via Alpha, Charlie, Quebec. Alpha, Charlie, now Delta 29.
Folks, we want to welcome a special guest onto our show. Big fan of MSP Airport Live. Fellow MSP Aviation spotter Sam Stein. Welcome to the program. How are you doing today, Sam?
I'm doing good, pretty good. It's a great day to be out here in Smoky,
Minneapolis,
but besides that, I'm doing well. So.
Awesome. Say hello to our viewers watching at home here and abroad. Thank you for watching MSP Airport Live. What's been your favorite spotting moment here today?
Probably Discover, just because I haven't seen it yet. So I just got home back to Minneapolis on Thursday. So yeah, but yeah, probably Discover. So
yeah, and you got the Dash 300 variant too with the Rolls-Royce Trent engines as well. Do you have a particular favorite variant of the A330?
I mean, I like the 300. I've flown on it about 6 or 7 times.
Ooh.
So,
where to? And with whom?
I guess Delta 4 times from Amsterdam, from here to Amsterdam and back.
Oh wow!
And then actually Korean Air from Seoul to Hanoi, and then Saigon back to Seoul.
Wow!
So, yeah.
What's the experience like for people who haven't flown on an A330 before? What are some tips and tricks? If they're flying on a wide-body aircraft for the first time on a long-haul flight, what would you recommend? Where's the best seat on the airplane? What are some things to do when you're in flight?
I mean,
what do you like to do?
I mean, the obvious answer is first class, just because first class window seat, because, I mean, that's the best view you get, also the engine. But the past 2 flights I flew over the wing, which was pretty good. So that's economy, so I would say probably that. If you can afford first class, I would say first class. But yeah, that first class was pretty nice.
I just saw Gerald. He's out on the airfield.
Now you have me in a mad scramble trying to find out where he is. Come on, Gerald, where are you at? Gerald is the name given to the little ground squirrels that populate the aircraft viewing area. I don't know who gave those furry little critters that name, but it somehow stuck. I kind of like the name, actually.
Yeah, he's on the other side of the fence, so.
I think Aer Lingus is coming in a minute or two, no? Or didn't land? Oh, no.
Yeah,
they're here.
They're already in.
They snuck in on the north parallel, 1-2 left.
I was busy chatting up a storm, so.
Well, hey, you know what? That's one of the big things as to why this area was built to kind of foster community. So, I mean, you're living out the viewing area's purpose. And mainly when I'm out here at the aircraft viewing area, it's for streaming, but there are some days where I get out here just to spot for a little bit. Chat with people and just soak it all in and relax.
Tower wind 200 at 6 from 12 right, clear to land.
Coming in from Detroit, Delta 2203, 73-9ER. It's a hour and 20-minute flight.
Minneapolis, contacting depart via Papa. Papa. 2203, turn left, contact ground point 9, good day.
And there's another look at our arrival via instant replay.
CBS 568, heavy Minneapolis tower, wind 200 at 4.
737 900 ER.
Land 12 right. Go back to park at 2203.
So on frequency, you heard UPS 568 Heavy. That's our UPS MD-11F.
32.
It's second in line for arrival on runway 12 right. Delta 2580 is out in front of it on very short final inbound from Houston Intercontinental. It's an A220-100 November 108 Delta Quebec, the registration on that aircraft.
American 2140, information number ready taxi.
And then our UPS MD-11 tri-holer is in sight behind them.
Right. Okay, taxi to 17 via Charlie 6, Mike, cross runway 4, hold short, runway 12 right, American 2140.
Did we catch that well?
Sorry about the verify runway 2140. Charlie 6, cross runway 14 on Charlie.
Yeah, I live under the 1-2 left and right flight path.
American 2140.
Maybe
South of 4, join Alpha, contact
8
ground
miles
point
back,
980.
and I'll sometimes hear them whine, but they're loud, very loud.
American 73, right left at Charlie 6.
Voice American 73.
Yeah, even out where I'm at, when they're at a higher altitude, I can still hear
Charlie
them.
waits for you.
Understood, American 2140. Down 2580 or Alpha, Charlie 12.
Delta 2580 Minneapolis ground taxi to park via Alpha, Charlie, Quebec.
All right, next up for arrival, folks. Pay attention. We've got that MD-11 inbound from Louisville, Kentucky. All right, so let's swing over and catch this majestic tri-jet arrive to the Twin Cities.
3261, contact departure.
There she is. The Mega Dog is here.
33 Street, ready taxi from Amazon.
Cousin of the DC-10,
I got you 3033, runway 17, taxi via Lima.
nicknamed also as a tri-holer.
American 2140, Monitor Tower 126.7.
Monitor Tower, American 2140.
I will say that higher AOA on approach is beautiful.
And we'll have another look at that high AOA on approach. I think they may have bounced the landing a little bit.
560 heavy, Krishna 568 heavy, turn right, join whiskey, contact ground point enter.
Watch this as we take a look at our slow motion replay. Oh, they hopped it a little bit. Look at that. That's why we have instant replay. It's for stuff like that.
It's a little bit of a bounce.
Certainly was.
Ground taxi to park Charlie, Tango, cross runway 4.
Charlie Tango, cross runway 4.
American 2140, Minneapolis Tower at Mike, cross runway 12 right, Sherman whiskey.
Clear to cross 12 on Mike, and then right turn whiskey, American 2140.
Well, that'll certainly be added to our highlight mixtape tonight.
We're
We're going to take another look at that MD-11 arrival from Louisville, Kentucky. Boy, we're working through all kinds of bugs today, but it's not going to stop us.
Icy.
Purple tail.
Aerobatic 790 is heavy is visual for one, correct?
Yeah, the top.
Tower wind 180 at 8, now it's direct, go in.
Line 1 2 route 7798.
That's been like that. That's been like that for like 10 days.
Last time you saw it?
Last time it was here. Remember I sent it to the group message? I'm like, no, that's not bacon. No,
0657, turn right Whiskey 3, taxi via Whiskey Delta, monitor ground on 121 point enter.
Whiskey 3, Whiskey and then Delta, monitor ground 121.9 on high stand, 657.
Circuit Breakers celebrating 9 months of MSP Airport Live membership. Thanks for tuning in. Circuit Breaker says, hey, great to hop on today. Well, great to have you. Well, happy Sunday. Happy June. It's now June 1st today.
"20 days till it's officially summer, though it feels like summer right now, so.
You know what? It's summer in my book, so we're just going to say it's summer, especially with the temperatures today being around 80.
And it's going to get warmer.
Yeah. It's going to be really warm tomorrow.
21, contact departure, have a good flight.
And then Tuesday could be a little bit stormy. Delta 1044 from Nashville, 73-9ER. So something a little bit interesting as it relates to our Iceland Air arrival is a high school classmate of mine that I went and spent some time with yesterday came in on this flight from Reykjavik with a connection.
Oh, wow.
So her origin for her flight coming over was actually Oslo. Because she lives over there now, and she came over on Iceland Air and Reykjavik, and then connected to this flight coming here. Because it's just overall a more economical way to do it.
Delta 1044, congratulations, I got 15 more to go, man.
We have FedEx coming.
He was like, yeah, I got 50 more to go, man.
Yeah.
I will say I do like how Ice Air has the multicolored tails now.
I would agree with that. I love Iceland Air's new livery. There's a lot of people that just don't like it, and I'm just having trouble finding fault with it.
I think it's just because there's so many other airlines that have pretty much the same like style-ish of livery, the Euro white. But
Hotel 6 today, thank you, appreciate it, 657.
Yep, FedEx flight 798 from Memphis, a 76-300 freighter?
Yep.
correct.
The feds have arrived. Hopefully we'll get a mic taxi.
Whiskey 5 if you got it.
Really hoping
Mike
for that.
Tango, cross from my 4, monitor point 9. Monitor ground point 9. Point 9, thank you very much.
Tower United.
And 658, go ahead.
Yeah, we finally have the number, so we can go whenever you guys could get a slot for us.
We'll say as much as it's nice when it's really busy, it's also somewhat nice when it's just really calm out and there's no action. But
it's always short-lived.
yeah.
A bit of a developing situation off in the distance here. We're going to get a closer look at it. Well, as close as we can get anyway.
Those fire trucks or ambulances?
We got fire trucks over there.
.658, the O'Hare God said you're ready to go whenever you are, so runway 17, taxi.
Oh. Retirement flight, maybe.
Oh,
there's a water cannon, water cannon. So.
Yeah, water cannon. That might be the arrival from Nashville. So if that's the right flight, we could have had a retirement flight.
It looked like it.
I would say it's a retirement flight, so congratulations to the captain or first officer who's ever retiring.
And now, Mike, do I try to get a wave?
Let's do it.
Down having a tower wind 190.6 runway 12 west, Joanne.
We got it!
Kudos to the 7-6 pilot.
Well, I'll tell you what, today's got a little mix of everything.
Woo, yeah!
Crash 14, Minneapolis Tower, crash away
Well, they got some catching up to do with waves because it's UPS 2, now FedEx 1. Yeah.
Group truck 60, Roger. Tow via
sometimes
Alpha,
that comes up.
Alpha 4, hold short, runway 12 right.
Going somewhere, but they
right.
Super Truck 6, correct the right turn, and then at Alpha 5, hold short, runway 12 right.
Nate Lindemann, thank you so much for upgrading your membership to main cabin. Looks like we got some upgrades going on today.
Super Truck 6 Heavy, Roger. From Alpha 4.
So speaking of our memberships here, we'll have a little bit of a break. So we're going to be kind of restructuring our memberships here at MSP Airport Live if you want to support us monthly in what we do out here. So we're going to be taking away our first class membership. So we will have Main Cabin Plus, which is going to get basically rolled into what we're calling Premium now, which is $10 per month. Economy, still the same price at $3 per month to get an interactive stream experience, and then Main Cabin at $5 per month. So those will be our 3 new MSP Live membership tiers. So we had the bigger support option for people that opted into, really wanted to show their support, but we thought that it would be a better direction to go with just 3 for simplicity reasons. Yeah, and also we are going to be discontinuing our Patreon as well. So we're going to be moving that over to a platform called Buy Me a Coffee. That's what the platform is called, yes. There are quite a few live aviation channels that source their crowdfunding through that platform. It's a really good platform from what I hear, and I'm getting into it and getting that set up for all of you. So, if you support our general fund through Patreon and whatnot, so we're going to be gradually moving away from Patreon to the new platform with our general fund support. So just wanted to let that be known to our wonderful members out there. And also, if you're considering becoming a member of MSP Airport Live. Click that join button. It should give you more information. It gives you an interactive stream experience. You get some fun member emojis to play with. Get a nice shiny badge next to your name. And, of course, if you're a member, chances are we'll give you a shout-out on the broadcast, too. We try and give our member shout-outs as best we can. RJ putting back on the headset. RJ, what do you see?
An A330 on the move, but I think they're being towed.
Tug to hard stand, probably.
Yep. You know, anything that has an NW registration affiliation gets my attention, so I look at that and nothing else, and that's one of them.
Nice. So we're going to catch that A330 under tow. Now, this aircraft came in as Delta Flight 165 from Amsterdam.
Nobody planned to push out of the gates ahead of you, so once Gulf 8 is out of the way, I'll just loop back around.
That's good, thanks.
Super 4, Minneapolis metering.
70, turn left, kind of ground on .9ers, yep. That's 31 point.
A beam at Gulf 10, please.
Alright, well, I'll hold the beam Gulf 10.
And, folks, if you're just joining us, welcome to Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport. Alex Redding, RJ Bean, and Sam Stein with you. Sam, it's been a really pleasant day out here at the airfield. I'll tell you what, even though it's been on the hotter side of things, it's 81 degrees out, right? Time to get out the sunscreen and, you know, get some hydration nearby, but it's been a terrific day nonetheless. There's been a nice breeze out. We've seen quite a few specials, a surprise retirement flight that just kind of popped up, we think, and today it has a little bit of everything, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, it's great.
180 on.
Yeah, 81 is not bad at all. Back when I was up in Grand Forks 2 or 3 weeks ago, I think got up to 96. So this is a walk in the park compared to that.
Certainly.
Super Tug 4 heavy.
The breeze is also open.
12321 clear to tail. Push to the proof.
Yeah, just right.
321 quick, push to
Envoy 3987 Minneapolis ground. Your push is approved. Runway 17.
All right, clear to push for 17.
That 330 was actually a Delta delivery, so it's one of the ones with the GE engines. But
yeah, those CF680s.
Turn right back onto Alpha, please, if you still can.
Still has that N.
If you have room, I'm going to have to push out of
It
there.
does.
The registration.
It's an honorary red tail.
Delta, okay, sorry about that. Continue your left turn back onto Alpha.
Well, back in the days of Donald
Alpha
Nyrop,
1.
he probably would not have gone for
left
those
turn onto Bravo
engines,
sort of Alpha
but
2.
that was his thing back then.
So 2322 Minneapolis Tower, winds 1907, runway 12 right, clear to land. What's the gate today? 3, push to control point 15, 17 departure,
Delta 140, got to move you again. Continue your taxi to Bravo short of the tunnel, please.
So welcome back to the broadcast booth, everybody. I'm Alex. That's Sam. That's RJ.
Just make the right turn, join Alpha.
Oh, I almost dropped it. More
save.
yeah, thank you. More Lufthansa of chocolate. More Lufthansa of chocolate. And also, we still got our fruit snacks to finish as well here, too. We got our gummies. They're
Still need to eat
airplane-shaped.
those,
How
but-
appropriate.
Caravan on floats.
4283 Minneapolis Tower, 912 left, clear to land, winds 1707.
Up there.
See if I can swing around and get it.
Let me know when you're ready.
Okay, we're ready.
Super Dog 4, reposition via Alpha 2.
Alpha 2, Super 4 Heavy.
Down 2246.
I will say, outside of Alaska, we have some of the most, it seems like at least, a lot of float activity with all the lakes. So
Roger, Gulf 13
it's pretty cool.
Move, reference push to control point 15.
Now, we've caught some Kodiak 100s depart MSP before. As odd as that is, a seaplane at a major metropolitan international airport. Imagine that sight.
I think I've seen him over around the river.
Speaking of seaplanes, it's getting me hyped up for Oshkosh this year.
Have either one of you two ever flown on one? I call them a float plane, so it's the same thing.
I have with Kenmore Air in Seattle.
There you go.
So.
And I've done some flight seeing on them in Alaska.
Sorry, alright, loop around Bravo, should have Fox 2.
Yeah, going to Oshkosh for 2 days this year. And
Alpha 180.
so it's always a
with the right
blast
turn
there.
on the Bravo.
So if you're going, enjoy.
They're pushing now up.
Okay, Alpha 180
It's the world's greatest aviation experience. Nothing beats it.
Skywest 3541 Minneapolis.
I second that.
17. Delta 377 Minneapolis ground, push approved.
Telegraph 2946, Kansas, 12 right.
2946 Minneapolis Tower, winds 1608, runway 12 right, clear to land. What's the gate today?
12 right, clear to land, going on Golf 17, Delta 2946.
From Santa Ana, Delta 2332 and 8220.
Go to the 12 right, it's going to be too much. Push, check off your right side there. So next to the 12 right, DIS head to Alpha, cross runway 4.
Alpha cross 4.
Thank you.
1533 Minneapolis Tower, winds 1547,
Take a look at our
runway 12 left, clear to land. What's the
Delta
gate today?
arrival from Santa Ana, California with our A220 100.
3097, runway 17.
332, taxi to be Alpha, kind of ground on point 9er.
On Boeing 3980. Delta 2332 ground taxi via Delta, Quebec. Super Tug 4 heavy, use caution on Bravo, short of Alpha 2 is 73.
Copy that, we see it, thank you so much.
Delta 2607 Minneapolis ground, 1B73, leaves from control 15, your push there is approved, runway 17 for departure. Envoy 3987, monitor tower 12.7.
67, 12 right.
3467 Minneapolis Tower, runway 12 right, clear to land, wind 1606. What's the gate today?
12 right, clear to land, Delta 2467, Charlie. 7130 taxi, Fox 2 is us.
Delta 931, runway 17 via Alpha, Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right.
Runway 17 via Alpha, Charlie, hold short, 12 right, Delta 971.
283, taxi towards
Delta 2946 from Bozeman and A321 has just touched down on runway 12 right.
Alright, cleared across 12 right at Charlie. Whiskey cleared across 22 on Boy 3987. 686 Bravo, Echo 13.
Number 686 Bravo, Echo Minneapolis Tower, runway 12 right, clear to land, wind is 1606. Delta 2946, taxi towards the gate, kind of ground on point 9er, Wolfia.
Ground up 2246, pad now 46. Delta 2946, Miss Ground, taxi all the way down Alpha with a left turn Alpha 1, short of Bravo. All the way down Alpha 1, short of Bravo, Delta 377, runway 12 right, taxi via Papa, Mike, Alpha, cross runway 4. Papa, Mike, Alpha to 12, cross runway 4, Delta 377. Somebody else calling ready? Delta 2242. Delta 246, roger. Runway 17, taxi via Alpha, Charlie, hold short runway 13. 17 Alpha, Charlie, short 12 right, Delta 2246. Delta.
Contact ground on point 9er.
367 Delta 2971.
Delta 1026 about your right, taxi.
Delta 1026, runway 17, taxi via Alpha, Charlie, hold short runway 12 right.
Headed to Chicago. That is American Eagle operated by Envoy.
Gas 3541, runway 17, taxi via Papa.
Number
Charlie,
170.
Papa, Mike, cross runway 4,
LR
hold
headed
short
over
runway
to
12 right.
runway 17.
And for Boise, Idaho, Delta 2467 now arriving on 12 right.
I have to salute. It's a former Northwest Red Tail, an A320.
Rihanna, Charlie, cross runway 1 right, next to me, whiskey, cross runway 22.
Charlie, Charlie, cross runway 1 right, right turn whiskey, cross runway 17, 6 kilometer tower 126.2.
Take a look at the replay of our Boise, Idaho arrival.
Turn left, going Alpha, contact ground on point 9er.
Left turn on Alpha, point 9, Delta 2466.
Yeah, nobody can get for the
Look out, Delta 2467.
987, wind 1707, turn left, heading 140, runway 17, cleared for takeoff.
left turn heading 140.
So you got Delta 2148 that just arrived there to the left, bottom left of your screen. It's an A321-200, November 110 Delta X-ray. So this arrival is probably waiting on its gate space to open up.
Yeah. I'll have to get you moved here in just a moment. Delta 1878.
Well, looks like my friend Liz is still watching. Thanks for doing that. And she's just told me via messenger that she's been to Oshkosh a few times.
Nice.
It's on my list. I'm not sure when I'll make it over there, but of course I've been to Sun and Fun quite a few times. Passing by. Currently in front of us is Delta 2971 headed to Dallas, an A320, former Northwest equipment.
Delta 1555, runway 17, review Charlie 5, Charlie, hold short, runway 12. Charlie 5, Charlie, runway 1, right. Delta 2246, bottom of the tower, 26.7.
Delta 2467.
Delta 2467, that's approved.
Charlie, cross 1 to right, whiskey, cross 2, Delta, calculation.
Number 686 Bravo Echo, turn right, next to be a whiskey to signature, monitor ground point 9er. Yes.
Whiskey to signature, ground point 9, or monitor point 9, so, good night. Delta 258 heavy, man, ground 1, the company clear your tail, your push is approved, runway 12 right.
Clear push after the
Contact pusher.
departure. Good evening, Envoy 3987.
Southwest 104, 12 right.
Plus 104 Minneapolis, break, clear to land, wind is 1707.
12 right, clear lane, Southwest 104. There, 5135, runway 1.
Runway 17, clear for takeoff, wind is 1707.
All right. right, we're currently focused in on Delta Flight 1026 to Atlanta. 8321-200.
Delta 1870, if you're unable to get to your gate reference, somebody head to your right, wait till you leave that taxi in.
Roger that, Delta 1870.
And I think I remember back the first time I flew on an A321 and I was like, whoa, this is a neat airplane.
2140,
Ground up 26 ready on. Delta 2607, runway 17, taxi via Alpha, Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right. Up short to 12 right for 17, up 26. Delta 1878, they are leaving now behind them, taxi in.
It's a pencil that's about to touch down from Atlanta, Delta Flight 2654. This is one of the few out there that is not former Northwest equipment with the tail number.
Delta 2148, Roger.
41 Minneapolis Tower at Mike, cross runway 1 right.
At Mike, cross runway 12 right, taxi via Whiskey, Skyway 3541.
Delta 2246 Minneapolis Tower, Charlie, cross runway 1 right, taxi via Whiskey, cross runway 22.
Cross 12 right, Whiskey, cross 22, Delta 2246.
Delta 2971, turn right, heading 215, connect departure, see ya.
I love our air traffic controller over that always likes to say, see you. And another common phrase that I like to hear him say is the company. So if you're, obviously maybe he's referring to Delta, that's pretty much what a lot of it is here.
Delta 2209 Minneapolis Tower, wind is 1706, runway 12 right.
And it looks like we're going to get a runway 12 right departure, and it's the infamous flight to Anchorage. Delta 377, the 73-9ER.
Now they flew this particular service, Delta 377, was an A321neo, but this is a common equipment selection for Delta on this particular flight with the 737-900ER.
And they're holding for a Southwest arrival coming in from Denver, which is flight 104.
2467, are you to get to your gate with that C3s ahead?
Yeah, we can fly them up.
Lots of airplane action in that brief frame.
Endeavor 5135, monitor time 126.7.
Oh, and we need to have our heads up here, Alex.
2607, come on.
Our Dublin flight has pushed.
267, have a good night, Delta.
And indeed it has.
2078 Minneapolis Tower, 12 right, clear to land, wind is 1605. South 104, taxi towards the gate, cut ground on point 9, see ya. 1026, fighting 120.
Flight to Dublin tonight.
120, go to departure, Delta 1026.
In charge is an Airbus A330-200. There's only 11 that are operating in Delta's fleet, all of which were inherited at the merger with Northwest in 2008. They're a common sight here at MSP, but across Delta's whole route network as to where they fly depends on if you get them or not. If you're out of a Delta market, they're a hard catch. Delta 717 there, taxiing on Whiskey, headed for Grand Rapids.
And this arrival is 2209 from Orlando. Once again. 3 hours and 7 minutes. touchdown.
So 2607 Minneapolis Tower, Charlie, cross runway 1 train, next to me whiskey, cross runway 22, southwest B is in Delta.
Alright, cross 12 right, Charlie, right, whiskey, cross 4, Delta 2607.
So 2209, turn left at Alpha 3, join Alpha, cut ground on 39er.
Alpha 3, Alpha, join ground 1.
Delta 377, 2 more arrivals, then we've got the gap. Sorry, I was just able to coordinate it.
Okay, understood, thanks. For Delta 2607, we're right whiskey and we're cleared to cross 422, correct?
2607 on whiskey, cross runway 22.
Whiskey cross 22, then Delta 2607.
Airport 822 Minneapolis, so remember if I talk to you, upper runway 1 train, you are cleared to land, wind is 1506.
2209 Alpha, what's the
Delta. Airport 822 Minneapolis Tower, 912 right, cleared to land, wind 1506.
Here, we're 10 blocks.
Flying runway heading, runway 17, cleared for takeoff.
Delta 23.
Right, heading 215, connect departure, see ya.
Next to arrive on runway 12 right, Delta 2078 from San Francisco, California.
Runway 17 line, wait, wind 1506.
Yeah, Alpha cross 4 to 1 direct, Delta 910.
Yep, she's another A321. A lot of arrivals at the moment with that aircraft type.
Delta 2148 behind, speed heavy, moving ahead.
And yep, there's that story behind the control tower here.
It's a fascinating one, too.
Delta 17 line, away, wind 1506. Delta 2246, turn right, heading 215, connect departure, see ya.
So I'm going to share this. My friend Liz is following us and watching us currently on online, and she said that she met a Pappy Boyington at Oshkosh, who was selling his book about the Black Sheep Squadron. And it was the first time she'd been over to Oshkosh. She flew in with a friend in a Piper Comanche and camped under the wing of the airplane. Well, that's totally cool, because I know the times that I had been to the Sun and Fun fly-in, I could see a lot of people that were doing that had flown in for that event. So there's nothing wrong with us that are big fans of aviation. We just do it the way we want to do it, whether other people like it or not.
One to your right, line up and wait, appreciate it, Delta 377.
Delta 1565, flighting 120, connect departure, we'll see ya.
And I know that I could see when I was doing that event, you know, a lot of people that were parked together were tapping out together and enjoying the time that they had there. And it looks like our Anchorage departure has been cleared onto the runway.
Now, everyone loves a good head-on shot, but how about a nice butt shot of this A330-200?
320 off the right, we'll wait for you.
Yeah, there you go.
Turn left heading 105, runway 12 right, cleared for takeoff.
12 right, clear to go 105, heading Delta 377.
Airport 304 Minneapolis Tower, traffic holding.
So this is our Delta A330-200 that's off to Dublin tonight. Showing its rear end to us. Parked on one of the 12 right de-ice pads.
2107, runway 17, taxi via Charlie 5, Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right.
7 Charlie 5 Charlie, hold short 12 right, Delta 2107.
Right, heading 215, connect departure, see ya.
Yep, they needed that runway.
27 at Charlie 5, give way to comfort out of the alley.
Alright, Charlie 5, give way to that company out of the alley,
Delta 2107, company up.
Spotting 105, cut departure, have a good night. See ya.
105, 377, appreciate the help, see ya.
Okay, 4143, wind 40 at 5, fly runway heading, runway 12 left, cleared for takeoff.
So a little bit more, Alex, that Liz is sharing with me. She said the TV show Baba Black Sheep was about Pappy and his squadron.
573 is
So that's more a little extra information for our viewers to share. Thanks, Liz.
Once you right, good land. We're going Echo 8, Cowan 55.
Oh, this is an unusual catch. It's a Pilatus PC-12.
Delta 2078, no problem. Next left turn, Charlie 6, cross, runway 4. Mike, cut back, 12 left the ice bed.
Seven turn right, heading 215, connect departure, see ya.
Right, 215, air departure, Delta 26 is Next left turn is Quebec, behind the opposite direction company. Oh, I'm sorry, 20, disregard. Delta 2087, right turn at Quebec, and then cross runway 4 into 12 left the ice.
Alright, here's fast runway 4 back.
Seems that our replay function is broken at the moment. Apparently it's fixated on showing southwest.
Whiskey, cross runway 22.
Charlie cross 12 right, return whiskey, cross runway 22, Delta 2107.
Scott 4143, turn left heading 105.
So did I.
You park at signature tonight, next to be whiskey, whiskey 6.
Whiskey 6 to signature, turn us to 11.
Yeah.
Tower, Country 104, ILS, 4 range.
Country 104, Minneapolis, Tower, wind is 1406, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Full right, full right.
Thank you. Delta 2962 minutes ground behind the C series, right to left, you push through runway 17 and caution for Charlie 1 pushing.
Minneapolis Tower, winds 1406, runway 12 left, fly up that way.
Once they move, right to left, push to approve runway 17. Delta 881, Minneapolis. Caution for Charlie 3 on the push. Push to approve runway 12 left.
Push 12 left, caution, Charlie 3, Delta 881.
Endeavor 4822, taxi to the gate via pop.
Had to step down off of the ladder and check a couple things here. Their production system.
753, taxi towards the gate, contact ground on .9er. We'll see ya. Delta 350, turn left heading 105, runway 12 left, clear for takeoff.
Tower, 115, Bravo Mike, come on visual for 128.
Number 115, Bravo Mike, Minneapolis Tower, wind is 140 at 7, caution runway turbulence for that traffic 4 ahead, the Boeing 737, runway 12 right, clear to land.
You're right, clear to land, 5 Bravo Mike.
Roger that. November 115 Bravo Mike, I think the previous arrival reported a balloon on final about 2,000 feet.
Bravo Mike, come north out.
Delta 2350, turn left heading 105. 105 heading connect departure, we'll see ya.
And our Dublin departure has worked its situation out, and they are now down to the end of runway 12 right, waiting to be cleared for takeoff. We've got some inbound traffic that they're holding for at the moment.
To the Papa, cross runway 4.
2 left via Papa, quick cross.
1.9er, see ya.
Ground point 9er, good day, Sky 6573.
Go back.
And the arrival that they're holding for is a Sun Country Tide Pod from Las Vegas, flight 104.
573, thank you. Taxi via Alpha, Delta, and Quebec, Echo 8.
Alpha, Delta, Quebec to Echo 8, Sky 73.
2101 variable at 6, fly runway heading, runway 17, cleared for takeoff.
Guard 3681, Minneapolis ground, push approve, runway 17.
Clear to land 12 right.
5 Bravo, Mike, confirm to clear to land, only 12 right.
Clear to land 12 right, 5 Bravo Mike.
Picture 104, turn right, join Whiskey and ground point 92. Press 4139 Minneapolis Tower, wind 1406, and then 12 right, clear to land, caution, way clear. Turbulence, a heavy Airbus 330 will hold in position.
Delta 1320, Minneapolis ground, your push is approved.
There we go.
Delta 2332, you get on the push now, taxi up to it when they leave, taxi in. Delta 1324, you will see a C-Series off the right as they wait for your gate.
258 Minneapolis Tower, 1306, runway 12 right, line up away from
12 right, Delta 258 heavy.
2107, turn right, heading 215, contact departure, see it.
All right, our 258 heavy to Dublin has been cleared for takeoff. They're starting to make their way onto the end of runway 12 right.
Right, we'll continue down, right turn on Whiskey 7, 115 Bravo.
It'll be that next right turn there, Whiskey 7, Whiskey to signature.
When the roll begins, my salute starts.
Delta 2330, who's your copy? Hold for the Charlie 11, please.
Today operated by
Thank you. Delta
aircraft registration number 852 Northwest.
Taxi. Late 8101 to left, via pop across 194. Delta 2187, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 17.
Heading 105, runway 12 right, clear for takeoff.
And 105, clear for takeoff, 12 right, Delta 15.
4301 Minneapolis Tower, wind 1307, runway 12 left, clear to land.
The 574 Minneapolis ground, behind the Embraer.
7, runway 12 left, line of way, traffic 6 mile final, additional traffic, the heavy Airbus departing with parallel, caution, way turbulence. .4301, hold in position.
Skywest 130 Juliet, Minneapolis. On push approved, runway 12 left. 5515 Minneapolis ground, Charlie 24th on the push, do not cut them off. Runway 12 left, taxi via pop across runway 4.
Such an incredible beast of an aircraft that A330-200 is.
58 heavy, heading 105, contact departure, see it.
The A330-200 actually has a D-rated version of the Pratt & Whitney engines found on Delta's A330-300s. Probably should have rephrased it a little bit better. The D-rated engine is only on the A330-200. It's the same series of Pratt & Whitney engine. It just has a D-rated
monitor tower 12.7
configuration.
1640, turn left heading 105, runway 12 left, clear for takeoff, traffic 3 miles. 1645, turn left heading 105, runway 12 left, clear for takeoff, traffic 2.5 miles per hour.
4139 from Rapid City. Our CRJ 900LR. I don't think we've had one yet today until now.
West 4139.90. Skywest 4139, Minneapolis ground taxi, Alpha, Delta, Quebec. Alpha 052. Delta 574, give your company a call. Call company, Delta 74. Captain Tower, Travis 6 mile final, cross runway 12 right at Mike, join Whiskey.
Cross 12 right at Mike, join Whiskey, Delta 2962.
12 right.
$881 Minneapolis Tower, wind 1407, runway 12 left on the way, traffic 4 mile final.
Sir, is this alley controlled or uncontrolled? Controlled. That's my OI. Okay, thanks.
7, runway 12 left, third lane, traffic holding in position.
Push in the alley, I'll call you back in a moment.
Roger, United 709 on the visual 12 right.
2709 Minneapolis Tower, wind 1407, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 12 right, Delta 2709.
4301, turn right, join Papa Road, monitor ground, point 96.
15, tower frequency 123.95 today. It's 1324, runway
881, turn left heading 105, runway 12 left, clear for takeoff. 91 Minneapolis Tower, traffic 3 mile final, cross runway 12 right at Mike, continue via Whiskey.
If Mike, cross 12 right. Continue right, Whiskey 3791.
Thank you.
7 Minneapolis Tower, 114 at 6, runway 12 left, clear to land.
From Charlie 9, looking for a push, metering a call 123.2. That was 3836 Minneapolis ground. Runway 17, taxi via Papa, Mike, bus runway 4, hold short, runway 12 right.
A large flock of birds traveling over the tower northwest bound.
We got 3681, BK Echo 11, ready for taxi.
Delta 2151, wait for the C series off your right, clear your tail, then your push is approved.
Alright, wait for that C series.
81, contact departure heading 1052.
32, thanks for your patience, taxi to your gate.
See you guys.
Minneapolis Tower, wind 1406, runway 12 left, final way, traffic 4 mile final.
Thank you, Sam, for
We have our gate moving away.
spending some time with us. Sam Stein needs to head out for today.
120, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Now about to touch down on runway 12 right is Delta 2709 from Phoenix. It's another 7.5, but it's not former
260,
Northwest.
turn right, join Papa, ground point 9.
Behind the CRJ,
Off 413, visual 12 right. 413 Minneapolis Tower, 140 at 6, and then 12 right, clear to land.
Clear land, 12 right, Delta 413.
Endeavor 5515, turn left heading 105, runway 12 left, clear for takeoff.
Taxi via Papa, cross runway 4. Delta 2297, Minneapolis ground.
Did you see that it had a special cheek stamp?
Left, join Alpha, ground point 9.
Which one was that?
Join Alpha, ground point 9, Delta 2709.
Guys, 4236, Minneapolis Tower, 11405, runway 12 left, clear to land.
Guys, 4139, correction. Actually, if you're able to.
91, fly runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Delta 2297, wait for the CRJ to pass left to right, and then your push is approved.
Alright, wait for
It's hard to tell from that angle. Yeah, you could certainly tell that it had a cheek stamp on it. I think it's in Atlanta.
1405, runway 12 right, clear to land.
The letters are all.
2962, contact departure, see you.
681, runway 17, taxi via Charlie 5, Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right.
Charlie 5, Charlie.
Heading 105, contact departure, see you.
Delta 2709 on Alpha to Fox 6.
Delta 2709, ground taxi to Foxtrot 6 via Alpha.
Alpha to Foxtrot 6, Delta 27092.
Delta 1324, monitor tower 126.7.
6.7 for the tower, Delta.
Delta 574, table full to the top of the alley. I would like to push 07.
We are in the push. What do you need to get for Delta 574?
Delta 574, we'll have the crew pull you to the top of the alley so Echo 7 can push to the back.
Echo clear, Echo 7, Delta 574.
And for sky with 4139, once you're on that deck off the right, going to back to the gate.
Well, it starts on my 12 right at Micro and Whiskey 7. 1324, go to Lake Sector and 12 right at Micro and Whiskey 7 mile final.
Cross 12 right at Micro, Delta
2437, ground point 9 to you.
Ground, Delta's pushing to the top of the alley reference.
Trail 3809 Minneapolis Tower, wind 1406 from the 12 right, clear away. 437 high.
Brickyard 3081, monitor tower 126.7.
Monitor tower 2613 the ground.
413 off ground point 9 2.
437 taxi via.
Taxiing by in front of us on Whiskey is Delta 2187 headed to Miami.
And contact departure
Via Alpha, Delta, Quebec.
And right behind them is Delta 1324 and A220. That's what produces the whale sound.
2151.
Both headed over to runway 17 for departure.
Delta 2931, Minneapolis ground, push is approved, runway 17.
On this arrival that has touched down is Delta 478 from New Orleans and A320, former Northwest, so of course you got a salute. Registration 366 Northwest. Hard to keep up.
4130 Minneapolis Tower.
And I'm going to throw this out here with everything going on. We had an A320 pass by us going over to runway 17 for departure. The registration ended in NC.
That's 4236, Papa, ground point 9, see you.
Any ideas?
Delta 478, let's go on taxi via Delta.
Alpha Delta to Fox 7, Delta 478.
Delta 478, on Delta, hold short of Charlie 5, traffic in the alley.
Alright, on Delta, hold short Charlie 5, Delta 478.
7, Minneapolis Tower, wind 140 at 6. Fly heading 140, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Delta 2297, ready taxi.
Delta 2297, runway 17, taxi via Papa, Mike, runway 4, hold short, runway 12 right.
17 via Papa, Mike, good across runway 4, short of 12 right, Delta.
Head, got a departure clearance. So actually, just hold short those runway 17 for now. It'll just be another about 2 minutes here for a delay for wheels up down.
He's shaking his head. He doesn't have any ideas.
470 at Power to make the right turn, taxi in.
He's like, nope.
Yeah, it was
2437, you were blocked.
Delta 2962 that went out off of runway 17 behind us, and it was an A320-200 with the registration 375NC.
Delta 2087, very good. Runway 12 left, taxi via Papa.
12 left via Papa, Delta 2087.
Well, it wouldn't have been North Central because
Yep.
North Central became Republic.
Trust 5, Charlie, hold short runway 1.
Could it have been Alex?
Runway 12 right.
Yeah.
Really? So did they have A320s?
2437, turn left on Bravo.
So North Central did not have A320s, but I mean, why not use that registration suffix, right? If you're Northwest.
Well, there's always a reason for things.
For sure. And Swoop has also pushed back too, so we might be able to get them departing pretty shortly. Now that's a WestJet flight, but it's in the old Swoop livery, one of the predecessor airlines to WestJet. We've also seen the old Sunwing liveries here too, I think a couple times.
Head to the right, taxi to the gate via Alpha.
MSP on Alpha. 4, wind 1406, and 17 line of way. It'll be a minute position.
17 line of way, Delta 1324.
Now passing by in front of us on Whiskey is Delta Connection operated by SkyWest 3836. CRJ9 headed off to Omaha.
Your push is approved on the 17.
Panther 73 goes right to left. Push approved for Delta 2260.
Delta 2297, monitor tower 126.7.
267 to 2977.
$22.68, your push is approved.
Push approved now to 2260.
So that aircraft off in the distance, another point of interest when you're out here at the viewing area, something to take note of. That's the fire training area, and that's actually a DC-9 that participates in fire training. I have not had good luck when it comes to catching the MSP Fire Department in action when they're doing training on this aircraft. Except for one time where I was able to observe it from here at a distance. They were doing that training. It was super cool.
Thank you. 130, turn right, join Papa, ground point 9, see it. 74, Minneapolis Tower, cross runway 12 right at Charlie, Whiskey, cross runway 4. Cross 12 right at Charlie, Whiskey, cross runway 4, Delta 574. Guys, 130 Juliet, turn left heading 105, only 12 left, clear for takeoff. Minneapolis Tower, wind 1506, runway 12 left, line up and wait. Okay, 3681, turn left heading 140, runway 17, clear for takeoff. .3836 Minneapolis Tower, wind 1506, runway 17, line of way. 2297 Minneapolis Tower, give way to that traffic from the left. That might cross runway 12 right and then join Whiskey behind the 73.
We got a couple departures headed this way.
1324, contact departure, see you.
Departure, we'll see you Delta 1324.
Endeavor 5022 Minneapolis Tower, wind 1506, runway 12 left, clear to land traffic, hold the position.
Yeah, the first of the two that are going to go past us is going to be Delta 574 headed off to Sacramento. It's going to be a 73-9ER that's about to pass by in front of us. There we go. And then behind them, currently coming across 12 right and making the turn on to Whiskey, will be Delta Flight 2297 headed off to Phoenix, A321.
Charge. So 3836, fly runway heading, runway 17 for takeoff. Sierra 3681, hit 40, contact departure, see it. Turn left, heading 105, runway 12 left, clear for takeoff, traffic 3 mile final. Ground down 2087, contact departure, have a good one.
Yeah, Alpha Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right.
Runway 17, Alpha Charlie, short of 12 right down there.
So it looks like our swoop aircraft is wrapping around going on the... They're going to the north side here.
17, Charlie 5, Charlie, hold short, 12 right, United 1025.
Big 215, contact.
Oh, we just had a Gerald go across the road over here. That's the first Gerald sighting.
Shamrock 988, Minneapolis, ground push approved.
Wind,
I was just kind of turning around to look to see what's going on. Behind us at T2, and all of a sudden I see something going wrong. Oh! Gerald sighting number 2, we do have one. Just to the right of the sign. The right leg of the sign. Oh, there he goes. Bye.
Bye, Gerald.
I guess he didn't want to be on camera.
Gerald's been pretty sneaky this spring.
Yeah.
It's getting harder to see him.
Yeah, it's a little on the quieter side behind us at T2 right now. There's one Southwest, one IC, and one Sun Country that's parked over there at the moment.
Yep, and we'll get the departure for Icelandair and Air France tonight.
We're a little over 10 out from 12 right.
184 Minneapolis Tower, 11506, runway
12 also get Delta 198 Heavy off to Rome with the A330-300, and also 1484 Heavy before then. Off to Detroit Metro with the A350-900. So there's more heavy departures coming up this evening, folks. Stick around. Plenty more to come here at MSP Airport Live. Happy Sunday if you're just joining us. Alex Redding, RJ Bean. Had a special guest that we were delighted to have brought on board earlier, Sam Stein, a MSP Airport spotter. Fan of the show. Glad we could get him on for a little bit. Great to meet him, and humongous thanks to our dear friend Anthony Garcia for the Lufthansa treats. And he is a wealth of working industry knowledge and aviation history, too. Trying to get him to come on and say hello, but you know what? That's okay. Sometimes you need a whole Sunday to relax and whatnot, so I completely understand.
Cross 12 right, Charlie, with you, cross runway 49,
574, turn right, heading 215, contact departure.
Right, 215, departure.
All right, here comes Delta 2268 headed off to Fort Myers. 73-9ER, and as I always just like to call them, those sharklet-like.
So the type of winglet that's installed on this particular aircraft, and we'll zoom in here to show it. This type of winglet is called the split scimitar winglet. Rawr.
Okay, copy that. We'll
I think those are so cool.
Delta 2977 Minneapolis.
Those are my favorite winglets.
Runway at
left and push at the top of the alley.
Interesting.
Do you have a favorite winglet?
The alley.
Touch approved. The alley, expect 1-2
Yes, I do actually.
Oh, there we go.
I do.
2485 Minneapolis ground push approved.
It's the Performance Improvement Package winglet for the Airbus A350 900.
Minneapolis ground push approved from 1-2 left. Push approved. 1-2 left Delta 2040.
Here comes another. Oh, this is a 7-3 MAX 8 for United, headed off to Houston. Flight 725.
297, turn right, heading 215, contact departure.
215, departure Delta 2297.
Delta 2268, wind 1605, and the 17 line up and wait. 17 line up and wait, Delta 2268.
So maybe, Alex, we can help some of our viewers with this. Sometimes you're not sure if when it's a 7.3, it's a regular 7.3 or a MAX. The tail cone on a MAX is more pointed like an Airbus.
2094, just use caution, the traffic ahead of you is 20.
Here's what separates the MAX aircraft from the next-gen series.
1302, right, Papa 2.
Look at those
Papa
engines.
ground, 0.9, see ya.
They're more forward-mounted, and they're significantly larger on the wing. And the engine cowling, you notice how when it tapers off at a chevron pattern towards the exhaust cone.
And there's the tail, with the tail cone, so it's more pointed.
Delta 1302, Minneapolis ground,
Yep.
taxi to Park via Papa.
There's a MAX.
And we're talking about this here.
140, runway 17, clear for takeoff. Left heading 140, 17, clear takeoff, Delta 2268. I missed the heading, just confirm 140 for the heading for Delta 2268. Yeah, we're going to do a heading of 140 on takeoff. Cleared takeoff 17.
A fairly common sight here at MSP Airport, as they happen to be everywhere.
First one, you're right for run 17, Delta 25.
I'd be worried if I didn't see a United MAX 8 or MAX 9 here.
Oh, I must salute. Here comes an A320, former Northwest from San Jose, Delta Flight 2084. Registration 328 Northwest.
Delta 2145, permanent taxi via Delta, hold short, runway 12 right.
Turn left, join Alpha, ground, 0.9, see ya.
Turn on Alpha, ground 0.9, Delta
725 Minneapolis Tower, 1605, only 17, line up and wait.
24. Line up and wait 17, United 725. From Alpha 44.
Delta 2084 Minneapolis ground,
There's
taxi
the
to Park via
skyline
Delta, hold short.
through the
Charlie.
smoke
Heading 140.
of downtown Minneapolis.
Departure Delta 2268, we'll see ya.
And the tallest building in the state is that skyscraper to the left of that triplet of tall buildings that you see ascend into the sky.
Tower Delta 2238, we're on the visual 12 right, Fox 9.
Delta 2238 Minneapolis Tower, 1605, on 12 right, clear to land, copy Fox 9 for the
12 right, clear to land, 2238.
United 725, fly runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Runway heading, clear for takeoff, runway 17, United 725.
Just touching down from Sacramento, Delta Flight 2094. Another one of those 73-9 ERs, extra range, so they can fly a little bit further because they have a larger fuel capacity. So they can carry more fuel and fly further.
Mark 98, runway 12 left, taxi via Papa, cross runway 4.
12 left, cross Papa, sorry, via Papa, cross 04, someone 988.
So Shamrock 988 ready to head back to Dublin, as you just heard on frequency.
That's 2145, confirm. They're across runway 4 to west.
Yep, they've pushed and they might be taxi.
Thank you.
Delta 2977, seek behind the Shamrock.
Or they're about to. Yep, they are now.
Delta 2977, seek behind the Shamrock ahead.
Shamrock Delta 977.
Delta 2084, Minneapolis ground taxi departs via Alpha and Delta.
Alpha Delta departs, Delta 2064. Ground Delta 2870, taxi off.
Coming our way on whiskey is Delta 2145, headed off to San Diego.
Charlie 6.
I have flown in and out of that airport. That's a rather interesting approach. Especially if you're sitting on the left side of the aircraft.
And say again for 2870.
Delta 2870, taxi via Charlie 6, runway 22, hold
66 Minneapolis Tower, 1705, runway 12 left, clear left. United 725, turn right heading 215, contact departure, see it.
Roger, heading 215 to departure, United 725, good day.
Delta 2485, I'm in your taxi, taxi via Hotel Quebec.
Mike, Hotel, Quebec, Delta.
And there goes Aer Lingus. They're going to be departing off runway 12 left. That's the north parallel.
Is 0034, time now 04. And taxi to the 12 left, the ice pad via Papa, Mike, Quebec, and find a spot in the pad.
Papa, Mike, Quebec to the pad, 0034, 2977.
Ground Delta 2094, can we set step on track here on that traffic?
And that's a Delta flight.
Delta into the
2485 headed off to Calgary, former Northwest A320 with the registration 352 Northwest. They are also headed over to the north parallel for departure, which would be runway 12 left.
Continue into the via Delta.
We'll continue at 5 minutes, Delta 98, we're ready.
Shamrock 988, tower 123.95.
123.95, 9.
And back on this side at runway 12 right, we have Delta 2238 touching down from Las Vegas.
2977, giving the company Airbus ahead.
Another 73-9ER.
.485 company head to the right, wait for you to continue to Quebec, Montreal.
Heavy Minneapolis Tower, traffic on a 4-mile final RJ turn, left heading 100, runway 12 left, start takeoff.
Delta 2977.
Delta 2880, Christian 2870, monitor.
Tower fly, runway heading runway 17, start takeoff.
Heading runway 17, for takeoff to the front 145.
Delta 2238, turn left at Alpha 3, join Alpha, contact ground on point 9.
Alpha point 9, 2238.
So we just had a brief look at Delta 2870 headed to Albuquerque. It's an A320, former Northwest 359 Northwest. They are actually taxiing down runway 22.
Right, join whiskey, Delta 2870.
Super Tug 8 Minneapolis ground. Delta 2145, just confirm runway. Delta 2145, turn heading 215 now, 215, contact departure location. Alright, right turn heading 215, forward to departure, Delta 2145, thank you. Shamrock 988, take contact departure on 100 heading, have a good flight. Clear, line of void, traffic turning 7 mile funnel. Super 8, reposition of the sub base via Quebec Charlie, short runway 12 right.
Quebec Charlie, hold short 12 right, Super 8.
Land the wind 150 at 5. Skies 4266, turn at before, join Papa, contact ground point 9. Skies 4266, roger, Papa 3, fine, thanks. Delta 2045, wind 1506, turn left heading 100, runway 12 left, clear for takeoff. Delta 4266, Minneapolis ground taxi to Park View Pop.
All right, Steve Lundaby, one of our amazing members, just gifted 5 MSP Airport Live memberships. Thank you, Steve.
Super 8, monitor tower 126.7.
126.7, Super 8.
Delta 2870, Minneapolis tower, the wind 170 at 45, runway heading runway 17, clear for takeoff.
So Tom Carrington, one of our members, asks, what do the winglets do? So they reduce drag around the wingtips that improve fuel efficiency and performance of the aircraft. So that's the primary function of winglets, from how I understand it anyway. So it redirects the air as it falls off the edge of that wing to reduce that drag. There's different kinds of winglets. Now, if it's an Airbus aircraft, it's not a winglet, it's either a wingtip vents or a sharklet. Because wingtip, or winglet, I mean, is actually a name that's akin to Boeing. Airbus is sharklet.
Anthony's sitting over here giving us some funny looks.
Yep. So
721
there's another fun fact for you.
150
All right, Adam B. Checking out the new MSP Airport Live member emojis, which includes our red tail. Handy when it's salute time, right?
Oh, yes.
Like to call out all the ex-Northwest aircraft, give them a nice big hearty salute.
And for our viewers that watch, when they hear us refer to doing that, I literally do stand here at the viewing area, being a part of this broadcast team, and physically do it. There's no skimping out. Yeah, I miss some here and there, but hey. Northwest Airlines was deeply rooted in our family.
For 5040, turn right when able, join Pop and contact ground on point 9 as you go. 5 runway 17, taxi via Quebec, Mike, cross runway 4, hold short, runway 12 right. Roger that, 17, taxi via Quebec, Mike, cross 4, hold short, 12 right, KLS 5605. Denver 5080, Minneapolis ground taxi to Park via Papa. 75 Minneapolis Star 6 in trail of an RJ, runway 12 left, clear to land, wind 140 at 5.
All right, folks, so we have a break in the action here. We're going to send it to a short break and a word from one of our sponsors. When we come back, we'll have the Air France departure, Delta with the A350 to Detroit, and with the 330 to Rome, and much more, all coming up after the short break on MSP Airport Live.
Welcome to DG Pilot Aviation Collectibles and More and our St. Paul showroom and warehouse. From the time your order is placed until it is delivered to you, our number one goal is to provide you with the best customer service experience. That's why we're excited to take you behind the scenes today at our warehouse to provide you an up-close perspective of our model aircraft delivery experience. Our first step in the model aircraft delivery process takes place after your order is received. Our model aircraft delivery specialist will conduct a detailed inspection of your model for quality control to ensure we provide you with the highest quality products. Each specialist begins the inspection by removing the model from the box and performing a visual inspection of the model, checking features such as the wings, landing gear, and antenna, as well as the overall model for defects. After the inspection is complete, your model is reboxed and then prepared for packing. Each model is then bubble wrapped to provide an extra cushion to prevent any damage during shipping. After the bubble wrap process is complete, the model is then boxed for shipping. Our specialist then reconfirms your model is ready for shipping, attaches a shipping label, and then your model is sent out for delivery. We hope that you'll consider DG Pilot Aviation Collectibles for your model aircraft collecting needs. You can order products online at dgpilot.com or visit our St. Paul showroom where we have hundreds of model aircraft to choose from. From all of us at DG Pilot, thank you for your continued business, loyalty, and support, and happy collecting.
Guess 2005, turn at Papa 3, join Papa, contact ground point 9.
Tower Delta 2057 on a visual 12 right.
The 2077, Delta 2057, excuse me, runway 12 right, clear to land, number 2, the wind 140 at 6.
Clear to land at 12 right, number 2, Delta 2057. So 14 negates to Delta 2057.
Appreciate it, thanks. Turn left, join contact ground point 9er.
Ground point 9er and left, Alpha Delta 1605.
Join Alpha, whichever way you're going.
Join Alpha Delta
5605 Minneapolis Tower, runway 7, line up and wait, release at 2-1.
Ground Delta 1605, Charlie 1.
Delta 1605, Minneapolis ground taxi to via Alpha Delta Papa, correction, Alpha Delta Quebec.
Alpha Delta class, taxi to Park Delta 1605.
Turn left at Alpha 4, join Alpha, contact ground, point 9er.
Left turn Alpha 4, Alpha, ground point 9, Delta 877. Ground Delta 2877, ground Alpha going up on 13. Delta 2877, Minneapolis ground taxi to Park via Alpha Delta. Alpha Delta Park, Delta 2877.
Guys 5605 Minneapolis Tower, wind 140 at 6, turn left heading 150, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
I said 656, request taxi.
I say 656, runway 12 left, taxi via Delta, hold short, runway 12 right.
Taxi via Delta, hold short, 12 right, I say 656.
2057, turn left at 7, join Alpha, and contact ground, point 9er.
Turn left at Alpha 7, join Alpha, contact ground, point 9er, 2057. Ground Delta 2057, runway 12 right at Alpha 7 at taxi to Charlie 14.
Delta 2057, Minneapolis ground taxi to Park via Alpha Delta Quebec.
Delta Quebec, Delta 2057.
Contact departure.
Delta 1037, Minneapolis ground push approved, runway 17.
Push through 17, Delta 1037. Alright, sir, number please clear course for ground 17.
On ground.
Ground Delta 2877, looks like our rampers aren't ready for us.
Delta 2877, Rogers, continue straight ahead, make left turn Charlie 6, left turn Charlie, hold short, Charlie 5.
Left turn Charlie 6, left turn Charlie, Charlie 5, Delta 2877.
0656, monitor tower 12667.
1267, I said 656. 656, Minneapolis Tower, yep. Yes, sir, 656 on Delta, cross, runway 12 right, continue Delta Papa, all have more.
On Delta, cross 12 right, Delta Papa, I say 656.
Welcome back to MSP Airport Live plane spotting here on this Sunday evening from the heart of the Twin Cities aviation mecca at Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport. And we are awaiting the departure of Icelandair 656. And there it is.
Where are they going?
Hey, Sarah, 656, slight change, make the 45-degree turn, and
I think I hear me in the background.
After you cross there. And on hotel, cross runway 422, Quebec to runway 12 left.
Okay, slide left on hotel, cross 22, I say 656.
Are they going north side for departure tonight?
That's kind of what I'm wondering.
So Discover, which we were also hoping to depart 12 right here today, was a little camera shy and went north. Now, there was actually a really good reason for that, because Delta 160 Heavy was in line for departure ahead of it on 12 right, so air traffic control trying to get both flights out of here. They sent Discover to the north side, and then Delta got the south parallel in front of us with the A350.
Ground Delta 20 and 30, we get time. Quick question.
Yeah, Delta 20 and 30, go ahead.
Hey, I just, we got a new reroute here, and it shows taking off on 17. Just before I load the boxes, do you think 17's going to hold up, or would they give us 12 left?
Delta 29,
yeah, they're headed in the direction of 12 left because they're actually
left, we can make it happen.
taxiing on runway
would you guys mind giving us 12
422.
left if it'll work for Delta 20 and 31?
Delta 20 and 31, you plan on that?
Or they're at least crossing over.
Ground Delta 1037 taxi.
Yeah, they've just crossed
1037,
over.
runway 17 taxi to Alpha Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right.
Alpha Charlie, short 12 right, Delta 1030. I said 656, confirm 20, we're in hotel.
Hotel in Quebec, you can go on the back side of that 737. You'll be number 2 for departure behind the Delta Airbus.
That's copied, Quebec, behind the 37, I said 656.
2977 Minneapolis Tower, runway 12 left, line up and wait.
Tower, good evening, Legion 1888 on the bed, going 12 right.
Legion 1888 Minneapolis Tower, number 2, wind 140 at 5, runway 12 right, clear 2 land.
Clear to land, 12 right, Legion 1888.
So we got a Legion inbound as well.
Delta 1037, monitor tower 1.
Nice.
6.7.
I like Allegiance livery.
Yeah, coming in ahead of them that's about to touch down is going to be another Sun Country Tide Pod from Milwaukee, flight 1816, 73-8.
Tower, continue straight ahead on Alpha Cross, runway 422. Hold short of runway 12 right at Alpha 10.
Alright, cross for Alpha 10, short 12 right, Delta 1037.
Look at your 1816, turn right at Whiskey 5, taxi Whiskey Delta to the gate, monitor ground, point 9er.
Whiskey 5, Whiskey Delta 58, ground point 9er, Sun Country 16.
Delta 2977, turn left heading 105, wind
We have Bugs Bunny.
140 at 5, runway 12 left, clear for takeoff.
Oh, I see him.
There 656, Minneapolis Tower, runway 12 left, line up and wait.
Line up and wait, 12 left, Sanchez 656.
A little bit below the sign.
Sun Country 630, Minneapolis Tower, number 2, wind 140 at 5, runway 12 right,
there you
clear
go.
2
Try
left.
zooming down. There he is. Zoom down a little bit.
Delta 245,
Right there.
Minneapolis Tower, traffic holds in position, wind
Yeah, past
140
the
at
rabbit.
5, runway 12 left, clear 2 land.
Chomp chomp.
Right there, 65, continue holding
Looks
in
like we have a
position,
little
traffic
wildlife
on
refuge out
a
here.
7-mile final.
Let's copy 6
Oh, that indeed we do.
Tower 1037, showing confirm, still going to 17.
1037 affirmative, and actually hold short of runway 12 right at.
We've
Alpha
seen a lot
8
more of
now,
our
that's the
rabbit
next
friends than we
intersection
have of Gerald
Alpha 8 will hold
recently.
short.
And here comes our
1037
Allegiant
at
arrival
Alpha
from
8, cross runway
Asheville,
12
flight
right, join whiskey to runway
1888.
17.
Cross 12 right, whiskey
320.
17, 2977.
2977, contact departure. 656, wind 140 at 5, turn left heading 105, runway 12 left, clear for takeoff.
Left heading 105, runway 12 left, clear for takeoff.
Allegiant 1888, turn right at Whiskey 5, taxi Whiskey Delta to your gate, monitor ground, point 9er.
Hi, right, Whiskey 5, Whiskey Delta to the gate, we'll monitor ground, Allegiant 1888.
Sir, 656, you're clear for takeoff, turn left heading 105.
Only. American 2104,
American 2104, Minneapolis Tower, number 2, wind 140
This is a flight
at
headed
6,
to Fort
runway
Lauderdale,
12
Delta
right,
flight
clear to land.
1037.
Clear to land, 12 right,
A321
American
headed
2104.
over to 17. And of course, there goes our icy.
It's off to Reykjavik.
Nice meeting you guys.
Yeah, same here.
Again.
Touching down from Nashville is Sun Country 636. 72-8.
Turn left heading 105, contact departure. Delta 1037, turn left heading 150, wind 140 at 6, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
And there's our Allegiant flight from
Whiskey
Asheville,
5,
North
taxi
Carolina.
Whiskey Delta to your gate, monitor ground, point 9er.
I've been to Asheville many times. It's a really fun area, especially if you plan on
5 Minneapolis Tower, number 2, wind 140 at 6, runway
doing maybe a fun
12
vacation.
right, clear
Asheville's
to
a
land.
really good place to do it. They got a lot of rafting on the French Broad River around there. They've got the Biltmore Estate that you can check out. And tons of hiking.
Oh, on the north parallel, that's Delta 2245 coming in from JFK and A319, former Northwest. Registration 324NB.
Good afternoon, District 7, visual to 12 right.
Dispatch 701, Minneapolis Tower, number 3, wind 140 at 5, runway 12 right, cleared to land.
Clear to land, 12 right, District 701.
Delta 2245, turn right if you have Papa 4, join Papa, contact ground, point 9er.
Next for touchdown is American, flight 2104 from Dallas. 73-8.
245 Minneapolis ground taxi departure.
You have Alpha 4, turn left there, otherwise no delay to Alpha 3 now.
Alpha 3 now.
Join Alpha, contact ground, point 9er. 1037.
Let's take another look at our American Airlines arrival from Dallas, Fort Worth with a 737-800.
American 2104 Minneapolis ground taxi depart via Alpha Delta.
Trying to keep up in the action here, Southwest 1365 from Chicago Midway. This is 73-7.
2 right,
clear land up 2392.
South of 1365, turn right at Whiskey 7, Whiskey Delta to your gate, monitor ground, point 9er.
Right,
with 500 Minneapolis Tower, wind 140 at 5, runway 12 left, clear 2 left.
Looks like we got a little guy that is next in line for arrival, RJ.
Yes, it's a Bombardier Challenger 350 coming in from Omaha.
Another BizJet. I've seen quite a few BizJets today, especially the Gulfstreams.
Yep, they left out of Omaha 47 minutes ago.
I know our colleague Eric Paul really digs the BizJets.
392, what's your gate?
Charlie 3, Delta 2392.
Roger, heavy pushing back, you might get a right turn out.
Okay. Tower, Delta 2528 on the visual 12 right.
2528 Minneapolis Tower, number 2, wind 140 at 5, runway 12 right, clear to land, what's your gate?
12 right, clear to land, number 2, Charlie 11, Delta 2528.
2528, Roger, you might get a right turn out. There's a heavy pushing back on Alpha.
Copy that for 2528.
That's at 701. If you have Whiskey 7, turn right there.
So Alex, if we have a brief moment, we have Blueberry
No delay on the taxi, please.
is asking, what are they building behind the fire station?
That's a really good question. I think it's like an emergency services center, if I'm correct in remembering. We'll go ahead and take a closer look at it. So the fire station that is adjacent to the building that is under construction, that new fire station is open, by the way. And it's really nice.
Delta 1484 Minneapolis ground, got Air France pushing Gulf 4, reference them, your push is approved, runway 17.
Air France is pushing.
Reference Air France off Gulf 4, push off of Gulf 6, so 84 to be Gulf 7.
And That's Delta Flight 2392 from Jacksonville. 2 hours and 45 minutes. Former Northwest A320. 367 Northwest is the registration.
Got beacons on Air France, pushing back from Concourse G off to Paris Charles de Gaulle. So their 787-9 Dreamliner.
And I also am noticing on flight radar that the transponder is on for Delta 1484 to Detroit, the A350.
Sun Country 389, Minneapolis ground push approved, runway 17.
17, Sun Country 389. United Taxi via Whiskey Delta, hold short of runway 12 right on Delta.
Whiskey Delta, hold short of 12 right. Delta 2392. Sun Country 500, Minneapolis ground, taxi depart via Papa Charlie, hold short, runway 12
A220
right.
on short final, about to touch down from San Antonio, Delta Flight 2528. 2 hours and 26 minutes.
Country 500 on Charlie, hold short, runway 12. Hold short.
Yep.
If you have Whiskey 5, that's right turns available.
Alright, we'll take Whiskey 5,
2528, taxi via Whiskey 5, Whiskey Delta, hold short of runway 12 right, this frequency.
Whiskey 5, Whiskey Delta, hold short of the runway on frequency Delta 528. Hey, Roger, I got company pushing off of
2392 at Delta, cross runway 12 right, and then continue Delta and contact ground on .9er.
Alright, clear to cross 12 right at Delta. We'll continue on Delta, contact ground .9, Delta 2392.
Minneapolis Tower, Delta 1306, visual 12 right. 1306 Minneapolis Tower, wind 140 at 5, runway 12 right, clear to land. 12 right, clear land, Delta 1306. Delta 2528 at Delta, cross runway 12 right, contact ground, .9er on the other side, traffic 6 out.
Alright, at Delta, cross 12 right, contact ground on the other side, Delta 2528.
Sun Country 500, Minneapolis Tower on Charlie, cross runway 12 right, contact ground, .9er on the other side.
On Charlie, cross 12 right, .9 on the other side, Sun Country 500. Delta 2313, Minneapolis ground, taxi to park via Papa Charlie, Bravo. Ground Delta 2528 now off the runway on Delta, taxi to Charlie 11. Delta 2528, Minneapolis ground, taxi to park via Delta, Quebec. Delta Quebec, Delta 2028.
Grab my country 38, map hold. Delta Charlie right there.
Sun Country 389, the runway 17, taxi via Sierra, Kilo, cross runway 4.
17 via Sierra, Kilo, cross 4, Sun Country 389.
Sun Country 500, Minneapolis ground, give way to company. Taxi via Charlie, Charlie 1, Delta as necessary to the gate.
Charlie 1, Delta, we're going to Hotel 2 ground, Sun Country 500.
Roger.
Since while we're going to do a spotter guide here on the Air France 787-9 Dreamliner. Spotter guide is presented in part by DG Pilot. Little known fact about the 787-9s for Air France, we see them a lot stateside here in the U.S. But on the back end, out of Charles de Gaulle, they service all of the French territories across the globe, like Mauritius, for example. So these are everywhere for Air France. As the flag carrier of France, we love seeing the big Dreamliners sent, and KLM as well, too. We much enjoy seeing Big Blue here. We also very much enjoy seeing these guys. These aircraft have incredible range, just short of 9,000 miles.
Wow. That's a long flight if you actually operated a flight with that distance in mind.
Oh, 100%. The aircraft are powered by a pair of GE NX-1B turbofan engines.
Delta 1484 Heavy, we are ready to taxi.
Who's ready to taxi?
Delta 1484 Heavy.
Delta 1484 Heavy, runway 17, taxi via Alpha.
So there we go. Air France is now on the move, and 1484 Heavy, which is tucked in behind it, they're ready to taxi as well.
Gotta get... Ooh, that was a whale before I even realized it. I heard it before I saw it.
A220.
Yep, there it is. Of course, we're focused in on the Air France. They're now on their taxi.
Delta 325, taxi to Papa. 1506, turn left at Alpha 4 and contact ground point 9er.
Left off 4, ground point 9, Delta 1306.
It is runway 17, Alpha is the company exiting Alpha 4, Delta 312.
Bring it up 4. Delta 130, Minneapolis ground taxi to park via Alpha Charlie, Quebec.
Park via Alpha Charlie, Quebec, Delta 13.
There we go. Look at our A350. This is off to Detroit Metropolitan International.
Country 389, Minneapolis, wind 140 at 5, turn left heading 150, runway 17, clear for takeoff. Endeavor 5527, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 17.
So our later evening heavy departures have come out to play.
Airbus 3847, Minneapolis ground, runway 12 left, taxi via Papa Craft from 4, give way to exiting Airbus.
So we'll see where Air France goes.
Delta 1484, monitor tower 126.7.
Monitor tower 26.7, Delta 1484 Heavy.
Now they're going straight because they're crossing runway 422 at the moment. So
Yep, so they're going to come our way. 1484 was instructed to contact tower 126.7. That's the frequency for arrivals and departures on runway 12 right, 30 left.
Charlie Bravo.
that was Sun Country Flight 1804 from New Orleans, a 73-8.
On Charlie, cross, runway 12 right, turn right on Whiskey, cross, runway 422 to 17.
Hey, left on Charlie, cross, runway 12 right, right on Whiskey, cross, runway 422 to runway 17, Delta 14.
Where are you going, Air France?
1804,
yeah, I was just starting to think the same thing.
Taxi Whiskey Delta to the gate, monitor ground point 9er.
Please don't go sightseeing.
Delta to the gate and monitor ground point 9.
Stay over here on our side. Uh-oh.
And Delta 1306 where? Discret.
89, contact departure.
And where is 1484 going?
5527, right, push for
We'll see.
Just like they were behind each other, and then one all of a sudden went stage right, and the other one all of a sudden just went stage left.
Minneapolis Tower, wind 140 at 5, runway 12 right, clear to end.
We might be getting set up by MSP Airport Tower controllers here. I think that they're, yep, that's, I think we may have gotten an assist. Look at this.
We're going to get a whiskey taxi from 1484.
Runway 12 right, join whiskey behind Sun Country, all have more. All right, thinking Delta 2385, continue down to Charlie, turn left at Charlie. Cross runway 12 right, turn right on whiskey, cross runway 422, Sun Country, no factor.
Here comes Big Sexy.
Right, and whiskey, cross 422.
How is this not an assist from our lovely friends up at MSP Tower? How is this not an assist? But they can do that, though. They can route them wherever they want to. Look at this.
Up close and personal.
Yep. There is a chance that they might be going to runway 17, too. That is a possibility. Because the Detroit flights are very light.
Holding points, runway 1 left, airframe 635.
Airframe 635, uniform monitor tower on 123 point, verify, have a good night.
1239.
5, visual, 1 right. 2885
Yeah, they both pushed back
140 at 5, runway 12
almost at the
right,
identical time, so they're probably trying to get them both out. Maybe.
Yep, quickest routing is what ATC is doing. That's why Air France is going north side.
So they don't have to wait for each other.
Right. So that explains why they're sending one off to the north side on 12 left. That's our Air France 787. Where is 1484 going? They might be going to 17 for departure. I'm willing to bet.
Yeah, watching them on flight radar, that's what they're doing because they're past the last turnoff for the end of runway 12 right.
Because typically the 350s, they do not use whiskey to taxi, because usually they're going to depart off of the south parallel. They'll take Alpha on the other side of 12 right, 30 left.
Sun Country Tide Pod from Detroit, flight 1982.
5489, feet behind the Delta 73 ahead to the left in the ice bed. Delta 2931, Roger, left taxi at Papa behind CR, head to your right.
Yep, they sent 1484 to 17. Darn.
And ground point 97. 2751 Minneapolis Tower, 11305, runway 12 right.
Well, at least we got to see her up close as she went by on whiskey.
Yeah. That alone was worth it, though. I will say that.
And there goes Air France. They've just rolled.
Sun Country 1982 Minneapolis ground taxi depart via Whiskey Delta.
Ground Delta 2871,
Delta 2871, runway 17, taxi via Charlie 5, Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right.
17, Charlie 5, Charlie, short, 12 right, Delta 2871.
2243 Minneapolis ground push, runway 12 left.
And 1484 is airborne too. I think they rolled at almost exactly the same time. So 1484 probably had a turn and burn, and they're already turning out to the east and then northeast.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I was just going to say it makes a lot of sense why ATC sent Air France to the north parallel, And then our
2885, ground point 9.
A350 900 off to Detroit off runway 17 because we had both of those two heavy departures going out simultaneously at the same time. They need to get out of here. And then you also had a string of arrivals that were also pretty close to touching down on 1-2 right. So ATC like clockwork. Sending aircraft to the runways that'll make the airport work best. Now, there's still one more heavy departure that we're awaiting here on our broadcast, and that's our A330-300 to Rome, Italy. Now, that is a restart of a service that was discontinued by Delta in the early 2010s. So Delta brought it back. They resurrected it from the dead this summer, or this spring, I should say. And they also added Copenhagen, too. And that Copenhagen connection is to meet up with their new SkyTeam partner, SAS, in Denmark.
29 Minneapolis Tower, 11406, runway 12 right, clear to land.
So just checking in on our Rome departure. They had a scheduled 8:05 departure, and it's been adjusted to 8:16. And we are approaching the 8 o'clock hour here in the Twin Cities.
31, we have 6 mile final thrust on the 1-2 right, that's Charlie, and Whiskey South 24.
Alright, Charlie South 1-2 right, Whiskey South 4, Delta 23.
South 2385, contact departure 2.
Oh, you know what? I forgot. There's another A330 that's departing. In addition to Rome, Delta 162 Heavy with an A330-300 will be out of here to AMS.
So I'm looking at that right now as I speak. Their time of departure has been changed to 8:45.
Yeah, well, so much for being optimistic.
Yep, sorry about that.
Nothing happens. I mean, you know, it's a Sunday here at MSP. It's busier than all get out.
And then another departure that I was kind of looking at was the restart of the Delta service to Reykjavik, flight 260. It's a 7.5, 7:58 scheduled departure, and that still is supposed to be on time.
Delta 2243, runway 12 left, yeah, Alpha Delta Papa, cross runway 4, join Alpha behind the 717. Alpha Delta Papa, left, behind. Delta 243, cross runway 4 on way up.
This is Delta 2871, headed out to Windsor Locks in A321. Headed to runway 17 on Whiskey. We mentioned Whiskey. That is the name of this particular taxiway over here.
Paralleling runway 12 right, 30 left. In front of us, the viewing area, that's taxiway Whiskey. And then to our right, paralleling runway 422, on the near side closest to us, Mike. There you go, taxiway Mike. Now, the taxiway, from the center line to the fence, from where we're at, perpendicular to our position, it's 300 feet away. That is incredibly close. And do heavies use that taxiway? The answer to that is, of course, yes.
We had a FedEx Heavy pass us by earlier in the stream today, and we got a wave. Was it a 7.6 freighter?
Yep, that's right, we did.
Yay!
FedEx 798 Heavy from Memphis, Tennessee gave us a wave as they taxied by on taxiway Mike. Speaking of taxiway Mike, on the other side of runway 12 right on taxiway Mike, holding short of the runway is this CRJ 900.
Endeavor Air, flight 5029 from Louisville. CRJ 900 LR.
That's all right. Mike.
Minneapolis Tower, customer 12 right at Mike, join whiskey.
12 right at Mike, join whiskey.
Endeavor 5029, turn left, join Alpha, ground point 9, clear.
Left, join Alpha, ground point 9, 5029, yep.
So we got a couple CRJs looking to cross, and one of them is right now on the move.
Yep, that'll be the one headed to Fort Wayne that's first. And then behind them is headed to Knoxville.
Yep, ground to 59 on Alpha. 29 Minneapolis ground taxi park via Alpha Charlie, Quebec, what's the gate number? Alpha Charlie, Quebec, Alpha 7965. Delta 2243, Monmouth, ground point 8.
So actually the first one is operated by SkyWest. The second one is operated by Endeavor Air.
2871, next part, yeah.
Delta 2932, Minneapolis ground push approved, runway 17. Push approved, runway 17, Delta 2932. Ground, Delta 2692 is ready, taxi to Quebec. Delta 2692, runway 17, taxi at Delta, hold short, runway 12 right. Okay, Delta, hold short, 12 right, runway 17, Delta. Delta 2617, visual 12 right.
So 2617 Minneapolis Tower, wind 1406, and then 12 right, clear to land. What's your gate?
Clear to land 12 right, gate is Charlie 9. Copy. 4, and you're pushed approved.
Well, we're going to have a nice sunset tonight.
Alright, use caution for the heavy up.
Yeah.
4, push Bravo, 2930.
We've got pushback for one of our heavies.
2617 for you, and if you can make Alpha 7, that'd be best. Otherwise, you're going to be waiting. There's a
Headed
heavy
to
block on the
Rome,
taxiway.
flight 298.
Delta 298 heavy, nice.
3595 Minneapolis Tower, wind 1406. Turn left heading 120, only 17, clear for takeoff.
So 1303 heavy is a A350 that's arriving from Detroit tonight. Can we get some information on that? Be wonderful.
Yeah.
2692
flight radar out.
final crossing the 12 right at Delta, whiskey crossing 14.
Put across 12 right at Delta, whiskey.
Well, to where this aircraft is going, there's no place like Rome.
Final crossing the 12 right at Mike, enjoying whiskey.
That's 12 right at Mike.
Yeah.
All right, Delta Flight 1303, our A350 that's coming in from Detroit is estimated at 8:19. They are going to be early. They are currently en route. Due in 16 minutes. They're over western Wisconsin right now. Northwest, or northeast of the Prescott and Hastings area. And that's where the St. Croix River merges into the Mississippi.
Okay. 53, traffic 3 mile final, cross runway 12 right, at Mike, join Whiskey, the bus, subject in the 170, section the bus from the left, going with you. Mike. Turn left, 140, runway, take off.
More whale noises from our A220 friends.
We've got a pod.
John Southwell, thanks for tuning in. Well, thank you for the compliment. This is a nice channel. We try to keep it nice and tidy around here. Same with Anthony Arnold. You're welcome. Glad you like it. And if you are enjoying our content this evening, we'd really appreciate it if you'd hit that subscribe button. And if you like what you see, hit that like button. Lets us know we're going in the right direction. So if you're just joining us here to our live coverage at MSP International Airport, right in the heart of the Twin Cities of Minnesota, we've got Delta 298 Heavy in frame that is pushed back and is starting up for Rome, Italy. And according to one of our viewers, RJ, they claim that the load factors for not just Copenhagen but Rome are looking really healthy.
Yes, I saw a post regarding that online. Somebody was asking how the loads have been with these 2 additional flights, and they're not even being run daily. And they're running pretty good with their loads, and that's a good thing.
It's a good sign. I think Delta's found a winning formula for that. The question is, can that be sustained? But, you know, when we look at how airlines schedule routes, it's not just about load factor, more whale noises, more A220s. But when we look at airline routes, it's about the connections. Where are those people going to go? It's not just how many people can one airline get from A to B, it's when you get to point B, right? Where are they going to go? Where are these people going to go? So the question for the airlines is, okay, with the load factor we have, how can we best connect everybody? It's about those connections. And it's those connections that make MSP the second most valuable airport in Delta's system. Second only to the world's busiest airport in Atlanta.
Still turn left with 120, only 177.
1933 runway 17, the Bravo.
And a baggage train drag racing with an Embraer 175.
Wind 1406, runway 17, line up and wait.
Here comes Delta 2749 headed off to Austin. Of course, it's this time for the salute. And it's an A319, former Northwest 315NB is the registration. And yeah, as we were just sharing the information about these 2 flights that have come back, I could share too, you know, I went through the same type of thing when I was down in the Tampa area because Delta started operating Tampa-Amsterdam in 2019. Originally supposed to have been year-round service, but then was changed to seasonal. And I kind of heard some rumors from people that they were really bummed that they had done that and stopped it because the flights were running so full.
Wow.
Yeah, and then of course the plan was to start it back up in the spring of 2020, and unfortunately, of course, that did not happen. But they have since brought it back. It is up and running again, so hopefully it's doing well for everybody down there, because if it was running full, I mean, that said something, and it was a daily flight.
Delta, third tower, 1563, we're need to pull off this side, test maintenance.
1563, tower, do you think you're going to have to go back to the gate?
Possibly.
1563, just pull over, make the right turn there at Bravo and make pull into the pad.
You know, they have sometimes their reasons for running the flights seasonally, so...
1563, and just let me know what you need. Thanks. Endeavor 5530, turn left.
So our Rome flight is now on the move.
5253 Minneapolis
Watch
Tower,
and see
11405,
where they
17 line up and wait.
I'm ready for another heavy departure over here. How about you?
Yeah. Heavy departure on runway 12 right, please.
66 Minneapolis Tower, wind 1405,
Yeah,
runway 12 right, clear to land.
I think they're flying pretty full tonight, so it's likely that we're going to get a departure on runway 12 right. It's where they're headed.
Give way to the speed
We have another sunny arrival. Sun Country coming in with a 737-800.
They've come in from Ontario.
2692 Minneapolis Tower, wind 1405, runway 17 line up and wait.
73-8.
2683 Minneapolis Tower, 5 mile final cross runway 12 right at Mike, join Whiskey.
And that is Ontario out in California.
Holy cow, is it getting busy here.
38938, right, join Whiskey, ground point 9. Right, Whiskey, ground point.
Got an A220 that's now crossing runway 12 right. And then we're going to get Rome. That's on taxiway Alpha that's now crossing runway 422 with a mighty A330-300. The next Northwest aircraft, RJ.
Oh yeah. She'll get the roll to rotate salute. That's just the way I operate. Period. When I'm in the middle of salute, don't bug me. I used to say that an awful lot as a kid growing up, and my dad managed to find a cup with that phrase on it. Somewhere over in the Orient somewhere. He hauled it back home, and believe it or not, I still have that cup.
Wow.
Don't bug me.
Clear to land.
There's our Rome 330. Got an arrival coming in here in just a minute. We'll catch arrive on runway 12 right. We've got a couple more jets here holding short. Got an X Northwest A320 leading to 737.
49 Minneapolis Tower, 11306 and the 17 line up and wait.
Yep, they're holding for our arrival that's coming in.
2692 contact departure.
That is about to touch down from Newark, New York, Delta 2866, 321.
Ready for tow.
It's one of the
reposition of the
3 airports in the New York area, Newark, JFK, and LaGuardia.
Alpha Charlie Hotel 12 right.
5 mile contact 128, 6 Mike join Whiskey. turn left going Alpha, ground point 9, see ya.
Hotel, ground point 9, go
2663.
So we're going to get at least one of our departing flights that was over there holding, cutting across runway 12 right. It looks like both are going to try to sneak across. Yeah, they've got time to do that. So the first one that will be going by us is that former Northwest A320 headed to Raleigh-Durham. Registration 366 Northwest, and they are followed right behind with Delta 2733 headed to LaGuardia. 73-9.
So we've got a 321 Neo that's also headed over this way too for Delta.
And then we also have a 717 headed to Chicago over on the de-ice pad right in front of the tower.
2749, turn right, heading 215, contact departure.
Yep, and there's our 717.
Front row seat.
Is that an arrival or departure?
That is a departure.
Oh boy, it's in the penalty box.
Yep, timeout. 2-minute minor for roughing. That's the hockey in me.
1303 Minneapolis Tower, 11406, and then 12 right, clear to land, caution, turbulence.
It's in the box for delay game.
Holding in position.
Clear to land, 1 right.
Well, I certainly hope it's not a gross misconduct and we're facing a suspension.
Fire traffic, 6 mile final, runway 12 right, line of way.
It's fast and furious at the moment.
2932 Minneapolis Tower, 1406, runway 17, line of way.
Alright, I think we're gonna about to get our departure to Rome. They've been cleared, it looks like, for making their way onto the end of runway 12 right.
12 right, Charlie's holding a position, ground point 9 on the other side.
Charlie press first, 12 right, point 9 on the other side.
Scout 3680, turn left on Alpha, ground point 9, see.
Turn left off,
2932, flight heading 140, runway 17 for takeoff.
Heading 140, clear to takeoff, runway 17.
298 heavy, flight 100, runway 12 right, clear for takeoff. Alright, Alpha 3 Minneapolis Tower, wind 1406, runway 17, line of way.
Duck 6, Minneapolis ground, City via Charlie, control on the left. Charlie, control 11.
Double check your transponder there, make sure you're swapping 2437. Sub 2032 heading 140, contact departure, see you.
Or departure, double.
Listen to the roar, my goodness!
Heavy, heading 100, contact departure.
It was a powerful departure. And here we go. Here's our A350 from Detroit Metro.
I got you now, wind 1405 and 17 line up point.
17 line up point, China 5 up point.
Cruise runway 17.
Contact departure, see ya.
Right, John, 2129.
1303, heavy turn left going Alpha, ground point 9, see ya.
Left turn, point 9, have a great night, Delta 30, good. Sky with 60 Foxtrot, Minneapolis, runway 1, contact via Bob, cross 194.
365 affirm, the third line, runway 12 right. November 058, Victor 5, Bravo, Mike, turn left heading, flight runway heading, only 17 for takeoff.
Runway 17 for takeoff, oh my god, Bravo, Mike. Delta 1303, heading on front, via Alpha. Alpha to Delta 6, Delta 1303.
Nate Lindemann says, turn it up. I agree. That A330 departure to Rome, that was one of the more powerful 330-300 departures that I've experienced here in quite a while.
Yep,
and they used almost all of runway 12 right to get airborne tonight.
8938 to Minneapolis Tower at November, cross runway 17 and Lima.
Yeah, I know. It's why we usually try to stay off the mic when
runway 4.
An aircraft rolls for departure.
Well, we're that close. I mean, if we tried talking, we would just get drowned out by the jet noise.
Yep.
And you're close enough here at the aircraft viewing area when those big heavies, especially that 330 that we just saw depart to Rome, Delta 298 Heavy, the amount of air that gets displaced, the sound pressure waves, because we're so close to that takeoff, you feel it. Sometimes, you'll feel it in the ground a little bit too.
What do you do with what you're getting with? Is this just a hobby? Yeah. Oh, what do you do with this? My plane spotting for aviation business, or just kind of bring the plane spotting.
122 Minneapolis Tower, runway 12 right, line up and wait, traffic on a 10-mile bay.
12 right, line waiting for Delta 21.
Oh. On kilo, Allegiant 1886, Sam Scrum, approved runway 17.
So 365, turn left, join Alpha, ground point 9, that head is giving way to you.
All right, how about another 12 right departure? Got an A321neo. That is now lining up with the center line on runway 12 right.
2264 Minneapolis Tower, 1406, and then 12 right, clear to land, traffic's holding in position, will be rolling here shortly. Line 12 right, Delta 264. Delta 21 at 22, fly runway heading, runway 12 right, click 6.
12 right, clear for takeoff, rolling heading, Delta 21. That's going to be F7.
Tower 1406, runway 17, line up and wait your call on traffic off the parallel, will be about a minute and a half in position.
Delta 1303 Leslie, 73 off the right, again, behind now. Okay, we'll give way to 73, Delta 1303. And Delta 144, have you left in a wait for you, start your taxi out via Bravo, and then join us in front of them. Runway 17, taxi via Alpha, Charlie, hold short, runway 2 right.
Alright, Alpha, Charlie, hold short of 12 right, Delta 1144.
75, monitor tower 12.67.
3.67, 75.
Delta 1562G1, your flight plan open.
How about that? We got another bonus departure on 12 right that time from the A321neo.
Yes, I saw that. I will sleep good tonight.
That flight was headed out to LAX, Los Angeles International. We also got a 757-300 that's pushing back for departure here. They're probably going to go to 17.
4129, turn left, heading 120, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Yeah, that 75 is headed to Atlanta.
111, 44, 126.7.
That's 2703, man, scrum, push approved, runway 17. 317, that's 1. Somebody else falling ground?
Yeah, there's a little bit of line forming over for 12 left.
22, contact departure, have a good one.
Departure, Delta 21.
And that's where the Reykjavik departure for Delta has gone.
Good evening, SoCal. SoCal Aviation checking in from San Diego, California.
75 Minneapolis Tower, November, cross runway 17, join Lima.
Minneapolis ground, southwest 2036, hotel 13, push with pop.
Southwest 2036, Minneapolis ground, hotel 13, next time please go up to metering, your push is approved, runway 17.
Oh, clear push, for
120, contact approach is it. Push approved, runway 17.
Push 17, Delta 29.
Delta 1435 in radius, next coordinate around 11, push north 7.
Delta 1144, Charlie cross on runway 12 right, and whiskey cross on runway 4.
Delta 2264, turn left, contact ground point under.
Left, point 9, Delta 2264.
Delta 162 heavy, thank you.
Ground, Legion 1886, we're ready, taxi.
Legion 1886, runway 17, taxi via Delta Sierra Kilo, cross runway 4.
Alright, taxi 17 via Delta Sierra Kilo, cross runway 4, Legion 1886.
2264, Minnesota, what is the gate?
So folks wanted to take the time to let you know that our live broadcasts are proudly supported by our wonderful friends over at DG Pilot Aviation Collectibles and More. They've got a wonderful selection of die-cast, aircraft model collectibles, airline memorabilia, Minnesota-made local goods, apparel, and a whole bunch of travel gear and some travel guides and accessories for your next trip. Check them out 24/7 at dgpilot.com, or if you're in the Twin Cities area, visit their downtown St. Paul store location inside the historic Ham building. It's worth a look. More details at dgpilot.com. DG Pilot, purveyor of gifts for the aviation and travel enthusiasts. They also got deals going on all the time too, so you might want to continually check in. And MSP Airport Live is also proudly sponsored by Jet Set Shirts. Erica Link has an amazing t-shirt storefront that caters to aviation enthusiasts and jet setters everywhere. He's got a lot of fun designs. Check them all out at jetsetshirts.com. And in the future, we're going to be unveiling some Jet Set Shirts MSP Airport Live exclusives down the pipe, so that's a work in progress. They got a lot of fun designs like this MDDC t-shirt. They've got a bunch of Antonov 225 gear as well.
703, monitor tower 126.7.
So yeah, check them out at Jet Set Shirts. They got a lot of fun new designs. Eric is always coming up with something cool. They got a new 767 t-shirt that's out. They got another fun one that's called Flex Like a Boeing 787, referring to the
wing flex.
Exactly, that the 787s are known for.
Sure. Continue straight ahead on Alpha Cross.
And by the way, both links to our sponsors are in the description below. Check them out at jetsetshirts.com, and also DG Pilot too. So Jet Set Shirts has everything you need to show your love of aviation and travel. The Jet Set life, wear it.
4035 Eagles, free Minneapolis ground. The heavy should still leave you room to pass. If you don't think you're going to have it, hold short of that Alpha 7 intersection, let me know. 2703.
Yeah, 2703, go ahead.
Hey, Ref, is that heavy? If you don't think you're going to have space to get past them, don't pass that Alpha 7 intersection so I can do something different.
Okay, how far down do you push here?
Well,
Here comes Delta 2594 from Philly.
Okay, we'll hold here.
8319, former Northwest 301NB.
That's not going to be work for you. Just hang out right there.
It looks like they stopped, and we do have space now. That's what my steps are.
Where's it going? Delta 1144, flighting 150, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Oh, here's something interesting, RJ.
Oh, yeah, that was at the...
2594, turn left, contact ground.
Was it the city of Atlanta?
Delta 2703 at the Delta intersection now, cross runway 12 right, taxi Whiskey across runway 4. Alright, that's Delta with cross 12.
So that decal says Atlanta with the bold text all jumbled up. And the small sublettering underneath it says where you belong.
Delta 1098, make the right turn at Charlie 6 on.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
22 hold short of Bravo. Right there with some traffic.
I think that's the first time I've seen that one.
I will second that.
Thank you. June 1886, we're Terra Flighting 135 from way 17, clear for takeoff. 4, contact departure.
12 right, via Alpha, cross runway 4, Delta 167. 1435.
Do we have 162 heavy pushing back here? Is that what I hear on frequency? Oh, you know what? You got to be kidding me.
Yes.
Delta 1435 at Alpha, pass behind a heavy Airbus 330.
Alright, I'll pass behind the heavy.
So they are delayed in getting out of here. Delta 162 Heavy was supposed to depart closer to 9 p.m. Central, but is now pushed back and is actually well on the move right now. They've just started taxiing. We'll catch them here in a minute. So we're going to end our broadcast with Delta 162 Heavy getting out of here to Amsterdam Schiphol with the A330-300. So yet another heavy departure here this evening.
You will see a bus off the freeway wait for you. Copy that 162 Heavy.
2862, quick push up to code 12.
Delta 1051 from Fort Myers. 3-9ER. There's 162 Heavy.
Off to AMS.
Delta 2036, Minneapolis, Ariel set. Minneapolis, Ariel set. 26.7. Delta 2019, you about ready? You're ready. Turn back to 170. Come back to 170, heading for Delta 232. Delta 2036, yep. Delta 46, 2036, we have the Terra Flighting 150, runway 17, clear for takeoff. Hello, and then Charlie and Quebec to the gate.
Hey, left turn Bravo, Charlie, back to the gate, Delta 2594.
Do not turn left heading 135, contact departure, thank you.
Left turn heading 135, order departure, Delta
2703, Minneapolis, Terra, runway 17, out of lane.
Wait, Delta 2703.
Delta 1435, Minneapolis, Tower, cups under 2 mile final, left Charlie, cross, runway 12 right, taxi, Whiskey, and cross. Forward.
Alright, Charlie, clear across 12 right, right turn Whiskey, clear across runway 4, Delta 1435.
From the left, runway 17, taxi via Charlie 5 Charlie. 2129 Minneapolis Tower, heavy traffic may hold a position, constantly turbulence. If they do, runway 12 right, clear to land, wind 1506.
taxiing behind 320 in the alley, Delta 1469. Behind the 7, it is 1506, finding 120, runway 17, clear for takeoff. 120, 176, takeoff. Speed, pulls into the alley, park truck 5, your course is the runway 17. And Delta 10, runway 12 left, clear to land, the wind is 1506, we'll leave your last instruction. Hotel Alpha, Delta. 2040, yep, then I think speed to field. Bravo, short of the tunnel, I have 1 traffic contact park. Hotel Bravo, short of the Delta 12, roll 5 seconds.
Oh, they can always be sneaky coming in on us. That was Delta 2612 from Nashville. Because I know we're keeping a close eye on our Amsterdam heavy departure.
120 and over to departure. Papa, Charlie, and Bravo, start of the tunnel. Give way to United, left running Papa in front of you. Yeah, we'll give way to United and Papa. Bravo, start of the tunnel. Okay, 3723, runway 17, taxi via Papa, Mike, runway 4, hold short, runway 12 right.
There is Delta 162 Heavy. That'll be the finale for our live show tonight.
What is your gate? Taxi via Alpha.
So this particular aircraft was ordered by Northwest Airlines, but it was not delivered in time before the 2008 merger. It was taken delivery of in June of 2015. So it's going to turn 10 years old this month.
We got to give her birthday cake.
Delta 98, continue holding short with Tower Union, Tower 3541, visual 1 right. Yes, 3541, Minneapolis Tower, runway 1 right, clear to land, wind 1406. Clear land 12 right, Tower 3541.
Delta 2129 coming in from Miami. 3 hour and 25 minute flight, another 73-9 ER.
Here we go, Delta 298 Heavy. Correction, 162 Heavy.
No disrespecting an A330 with the wrong flight number now.
2220, hold short of hotel. Go to hotel, 1492, Minneapolis Tower, only 12 left, clear to land, wind 140 at 6.
The reason I got mixed up temporarily was because technically Rome is supposed to depart after Delta 162 Heavy gets airborne. But that did not happen tonight.
Yeah.
It's one of those... Just one of those automatic functions that... You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. 162
My brain was on autopilot.
Yep. 162 Heavy was supposed to have pushed back for departure about 7:55. So, yep.
And here they go. Turn and burn for Delta 162 Heavy.
3723, monitor tower 59, flight heading of 100, runway 12 left, clear for takeoff, wind 140 at 6, you can just Minneapolis Tower, Scout 3527.
Visual 12 right. Got 3527 Minneapolis Tower, runway 12 right, so to land, wind 1406.
To land, runway 12 right,
3527. Get you on course shortly.
Delta 160,
73, push at the middle of the alley. You're pushed at the approved, runway 17.
There you go. There's our finale for the night. Delta 162 Heavy closing out the show with a powerful departure.
Delta 674, runway 17, via Charlie 5 Charlie, hold short, runway 12.
17 Charlie 5 Charlie.
United 2272. The wind is 1406, fly heading of 100, runway 12 left, clear for takeoff. Turn Quebec, and then back to the gate. Thank you. 3920 Minneapolis Tower, runway 12 left, land wind 1406. There you go. Delta 1649, runway 17, taxi via Delta 69, runway 17, taxi via Delta, Western Bravo, and then behind the 18 flying 120, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Alright, Delta 69, runway 17, Delta Western Bravo behind us, 73, Alpha Charlie, hold.
Minneapolis Tower, Mike Cross, runway 12 right, taxi to Whiskey.
And Mike Cross, Country, John Whiskey,
Southwest 2862, Minneapolis Tower, touchdown better sideways for you at Delta Cross, runway 12 right, turn left on Hotel, and I'll call you back with more right away.
Delta Hotel, cross 12 right, southwest.
Yeah, 2272, 100 on your heading, contact partner. At the ground point, under.
Left ground pass. Ground point, 35.
Delta 674, Hotel.
Hotel, 674.
Motor 170 up the secondary 392, runway 12 right, clear to land, wind 1406. Directed to land, 392. 2862, everybody knows snow's waiting for you. Turn left onto Hotel, there's no leader lines, you just got to eyeball at 45 degree after finish turn. Cross runway 4 Hotel, taxi Hotel, get back, stay with me all the way over to 12 left.
Hotel, Quebec, please stay with you all the way 12 left.
Delta 2129 behind South, taxi via Alpha, Sharpie, Correction, Stema. Delta 2129, right, join Papa, contact ground point, under. Roger. Stay there, good. Bear with you. Delta 2129, hold. Delta 1469. Continue taxi via Delta, hold runway 12 right.
Delta 31,
Delta 674, taxi via Charlie, hold runway 12 right. Go 3527, turn left at the ground point, enter.
Ground point, 3527.
Yeah, Delta 2840. We'll hold short of Delta. Just want to let you know that 4 is occupied. They said it'll be about 5 minutes.
Roger.
Delta 2760, we're still monitoring.
2768, I got a couple going into the exit. 2768, your push is approved on the 17.
Approved for 17, Delta 2769, hold short, what's your right at Delta?
Delta 1469. Okay, at Delta Cross runway 12.
So, folks, before we end our show here tonight, we're gonna take a look at some highlights. What do you think, RJ?
Have at it.
Sounds good. That's exactly what we're gonna do.
Okay, West. 3541. Contact departure will be. The American 1672 Minneapolis Tower, runway 12 left, clear land, the wind 1306.
And ground, 314.
So, all right, we're gonna take a look at our first highlight of the day.
92 West Ground, taxi via Papa.
And my goodness.
Papa Charlie, 2848. Taxi via Papa.
Colorado 1 paid us a visit.
Left turn, runway 22 and hold for 6.
So getting to see that on our live show here today. Super fun stuff.
2848 on runway 22, hold for 6.6.
Alright, we'll hold short of Lead 6 on runway.
Yeah, so we'll replay that one more time, as you can see. And that was a surprise, RJ. Now, we knew that there was going to be an Alaska special livery today, but Colorado One's like, hey,
74, monitor tower 126.7.
I want in on some of this too.
Yep, not on my parade.
So there's our first highlight from our broadcast today. All right, so here's our second highlight. And of course, can't forget about Air France, the 7879 Dreamliner arriving earlier this evening on 12 right. Always a special treat here from MSP Airport.
Yeah, because then they ended up going north side for the departure.
And so it made the arrival nice and special on 12 right for us to look at.
American 21, 04. PTX to Whiskey Delta to park and monitor point 9er. Delta monitor point 9er.
And then we're going to go ahead and get to our third highlight here. UPS bringing the A300. This is just before the MD-11 arrival. Check out that mismatched door. Got a nice patch up before it got sent to MSP Airport tonight. Love seeing those anomalies on the aircraft. Fun to spot.
That's monitor tower 126.7. American 404, Sun Country up the right, good way to you, monitor tower 126.7.
Matt Emerson, thank you so much for becoming an economy member of MSP Airport Live. Welcome aboard.
Did we get the wave?
I don't think that we did.
Or the, because we appear to have had a retirement flight with the water cannon salute. So
yeah.
We had those two happen during our stream today as well.
Cross runway 12 right, Whiskey. Cross runway 4.
Sun Country 1492, Minneapolis Tower, Charlie, cross runway 12 right, taxi via Charlie, Charlie 2.
Cross 12 right, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie 2.
So we're going to interrupt things here for the moment. What is going on here? We're going to get an intersection departure on runway 22. What is going on here?
Are you serious?
Yep. Delta 2848.
674, flighting 135, 117, clear for takeoff.
Yeah, according to flight radar, it's an arrival.
Oh, it's an arrival.
Yes.
20 after finish crossing, just monitor point 9 to the gate. Point 9 to the gate, 920.
According to flight radar, they're sitting stationary on the runway, and they've come in from Windsor Locks. It's a A320, so it's former Northwest. And it's just sitting there stationary.
So our friend Anthony thought that this was an intersection departure just because they were lined up with runway 22, and I'm like, okay. But then we double checked that, so we're not going to get an intersection departure. It's an arrival. Looks like they're waiting for some space to open up. Sorry, folks.
Yeah, we got excited there briefly. That would have been ending the stream this evening with a bang. But
well, I'll tell you what, we really got a nice finale with that A330 departure off to AMS. So our friend Anthony actually was able to get a sound reading as to how loud that A330 was on departure. Over 80 decibels. That's how loud it was from here. And to be exact, 86 decibels. There's one thing about the 330 departures, they are loud.
Got our wires crossed here. Just wanted to make sure we're going to 17.
You're 2104. Yep, you're going to 17. Perfect.
So we have one more highlight that we're going to get to here on our stream today. We saved the best for last. Our MD-11 arrival from Louisville, Kentucky, with a bounce. So check this out.
Yep. On the right side.
Yeah, they lifted a little bit there.
Sun Country 920, Minneapolis ground stay again. Hotel 4, Sun Country 920. 25 minutes ground.
Now, unfortunately, we didn't get the taxi on Mike, but... We're not talking over that. Nope. That's how close we are. But yeah, what was your favorite highlight from the different landings that we showed today? What was your favorite arrival today?
Does it have to be an arrival? Oh, yes. Well, I got another wave. This time from FedEx. I'm going to keep my orange jacket in the car. I'm going to use that. And,
now, it was hard for me to see in the camera viewfinder. If I would have seen that wave, I would have clipped it.
Well, we're never sure we're going to get it either. But
we got to start being more prepared for that, I guess. Okay. Especially if you're going to be waving that high-vis jacket around.
Yeah, and then, yeah, the heavy departures, and as I know I just mentioned, looks like we had that retirement flight because we had a water cannon salute. So,
my favorite highlight of the day is getting to hang out just behind the scenes with our friend Anthony, and big thanks to you, Anthony, for bringing the chocolates and the Lufthansa goodies. The good stuff, the real good stuff.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, one of these days we're going to get him on the mic, and he has just such an incredible insight into the aviation industry, and he's a part of it too, and he's been a part of it for over 25 years. And it's not just about the current workings of the aviation industry, but it's historically. It's his jam. He's also a travel expert too. He travels everywhere, cruising, flying. And he's planning his next trip too, so he's a great person with a lot to share. And also, lastly here, before we sign off, I want to give a big thanks to Michael Larson doing some moderating and as our master controller. So master controller is the person that sits and monitors the live feed, tells us, hey, you're not healthy, or hey, you're looking good, you're sounding good. So for all the behind-the-scenes work, big thanks to our managing producer, Michael Larson, for helping to do some master controlling tonight and some moderating. So, RJ, final thoughts from you as we wrap it up here tonight.
I think it's enough said. I think I got another wave. We had a retirement flight come in, all the heavy departures, Northwest tails, a little bit of everything.
Yeah, I mean, for me, that MD-11 arrival, that's always remarkable, and the wave was a lot of fun. The 330 departures, though, that left an imprint on me today, just with how loud they were, and especially the departure that we kind of ended the show on. 162 Heavy going to AMS, registered 86 decibels from here.
Yep.
So our friend Anthony was able to measure that. And I mean, I've been here when there have been louder A330 departures. I mean, close to 90 decibels. It gets loud. So we have some excellent audio equipment to be able to handle that. But just to hear the roar and feel it from this location, glad we were able to bring that to you live. So looking forward to do that on the next installment of MSP Airport Live. And just a great Sunday for plane spotting in general, even though it was a little bit on the warmer side today with temperatures peaking just above 80 degrees. And we had a nice light breeze outside, and you know, what more can you ask for? Just, you know, Sundays are usually full of surprises, it seems, and, you know, I don't think that today was an exception to that. So looking forward to, you know, maybe a week from now, if the weather's nice, if we're out here broadcasting, looking forward to the next weekend episode of MSP Live, or just the next one in general. Should be a lot of fun.
It's always interesting.
Oh, yes.
2770, stay with me for just a little longer. 2770, welcome.
I used to have a poster. Actually, I think I do still have it. Life's a daring adventure or nothing at all. So coming out here, it's an adventure because we never know sometimes what might pop up.
All right, heading 215 over to departure. 2773.
All right, folks. It's time in our broadcast to say goodbye.
For tonight.
Yep, for tonight. We'll see you in the next installment of MSP Airport Live around the corner, sometime later this week, hopefully. And make sure you're subscribed so you get notifications when we go live to capture the excitement of the commercial scene of MSP International Airport. For our moderator, Michael Larson, also master controlling, and for RJ Bean, I'm Alex Redding saying goodnight from Minneapolis, St. Paul International Airport. We'll see you on the next episode of MSP Airport Live. Take care.
4A Bill, can you taxi if you